However, we've only received 644. So that's about 59% of the properties. This is very rough, just a kind of an estimate of where we're standing. So 59% have submitted their hot tax reports. So this is an area where we need some increased compliance from our STR owners and managers. There are a couple citations that can be issued for not turning in your hot tax reports, and they're listed there. Hot tax overdue 60 days or more, and STR quarterly tax report missing. We haven't issued any for that yet, but that's something that could maybe help with our compliance. Right now, up to 644 that have turned in their reports, there's 225 of those that actually need to pay their hot tax. So they, in some cases, they have paid it already, but the checks, there's sometimes we get checks with no house number or no STR number on it, so we don't know who it came from. And then there were some property management companies that would write one check and then they didn't give us the detail of who it was for. So I'm working with them trying to get that all squared away. So one thing I want to go over with the existing ordinance that we have today, these are all the reasons why you could get a citation. And I'm not going to read it, but you guys take a second to look at that. Those are the reasons. There's a few that we, STR not registered is one that we have used, and then obviously the maximum occupancy one. So those are the reasons in the current ordinance. So since 2024, so it's almost 2 years ago that we started issuing citations. There's been 500, exactly 500. It's kind of weird that it was exactly 500 citations that have been issued. And when we first started, there were 40 unregistered STRs. So we, as I mentioned earlier, now it's around 2, so that's much improved. And then maximum occupancy compliance has steadily improved over these 2 years. Since we first issued in 2024 around February, and then there were some more issued this year in August and September. Some properties that made they got a citation, they corrected it, and they've reverted those changes back. So we have a little bit of education to do on those. So currently, with the process that I use, there's 30 plus listings that are over the maximum occupancy right now, and they're open for a citation. Then the second point there is we will be issuing citations for advertising bedroom count above their approved bedroom count limit. And there's been multiple emails to STR owners and property managers about this that's coming for months. And so the last one I sent on December 1st and asked everybody to get their advertisements updated by December 5th. And then I checked it yesterday or Monday, and we still have 70 plus that are over the limit. So again, those are open for a citation. So we hope, I was hoping people would be listening today, and so we could get some compliance on this. And then registration numbers have to. This has been in the ordinance for I think since 2021. That all advertisements are supposed to have the registration number listed, and just want to remind everybody that there's going to be a new registration number issued in 2026, and they'll have to go change their advertisements at that point. But this slide shows all the reasons that we've given citations, and as you can see, the big one is advertising non-approved occupancy. In 2024, we issued 193 citations. This year, it's 92. And the other ones are much smaller. You can see the numbers. But in total, in 2024, we issued 395, and this year, 105. And then the status of these citations. So the ones that were issued in 2024, 22 of them are still open. 84 were, I guess pled guilty or whatever. They're under conviction status. And then 289 were dismissed. In 2024, we were in a period of mourning, and there was a lot of people corrected it. We were in that mode, allowing people to get their citations were dismissed. And in 2025 now we're moving more into a little stronger. So we have 82 that are open still, 9 that are convicted, and 14 that were dismissed. The ones that were dismissed, some of those were administrative, like they came and had a good reason, and I was able to, we want to be fair and we want to, do the right thing. And so, sometimes that happens. So that's the status of citations. And then this is a chart of maximum occupancy, and it shows the number of houses and for each occupancy level. So the lowest one is 4, and there's only 2 properties that have 4, and then it goes up to 20, and there's 1 that has 20. So that just kind of shows the breakdown, and you can see the biggest is sitting at 10, the 65. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just so everybody's aware, I know we're having technical difficulties live streaming, but I am recording this. So once we record it, we can post it up on our website. So.
We're going to be going to public comments, but before we do that, I would like to ask everyone. Last meeting, it got a little out of hand, people making comments. Everybody please be respectful. Let a person have their time up there, and just be respectful of each other. Thank you. All right. Mr. Salas.
All right, our first public comment, I'm gonna ask the residents to come up, then I'll read the online comments. Ms. Sherry Itel, she'll be speaking about STRs.
My name is, I don't need it, I've got a loud voice. My name is Sherry Itel. My address is 16705 Montego Way. As mentioned last time, my husband and I have been JV homeowners almost 37 years. Our very narrow street has 16 houses with 7 being registered STRs. 2 are directly across the street from us, and we are all friends. We've had no issues with them renting because more often than not, they come and enjoy their beach house too. The explosion of STR investors mostly happened in 2020 when realtors were promoting rest, nest, and invest, which is BS. Realtors are not licensed financial advisors or planners. The investors with multiple houses are the issue. They have no JV community connection, and some I would even call slumlords. I don't understand why a good SCR owner is so against strengthening the SCR ordinance. It would make your rental property more desirable than a slumlord. Your property rights are also not being violated with leaving your house to your kids, which in my opinion is kind of funny, because there is no doubt in my mind that when Daryl and I are under the dirt, his kids will be placing a for sale sign in the dirt, and when our little piece of paradise is sold, they will be smiling all the way to the bank. To the elected officials and to the paid ones of JV, listen to us and hear us. We are fed up. Please vote yes to the revised SCR ordinance, and let's start promoting JV as a good place to vacation and a great place to live, not a revolving Motel 6 where you never know who will be next door.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Russell Scavisa.
Hello.
STR.
Russell Scavisa, 16716, Mesa de Vaca. I'm here to speak about the new updated STR ordinance being proposed. It appears to have some much-needed improvements in enforcement. In looking at other city STRs, you'll see that our current existing ordinance is lacking in this area. It requires 3 convictions instead of 3 violations when considering permanent suspensions. This new updated ordinance, as well as the ordinances in these other cities, all rely on citations and violations instead of convictions when considering permanent suspensions, except Port Lavaca and Rockport. They all have a 12-month period to accumulate the violations. They all have operational, administrative, and guest conduct rules very similar to ours. And they all provide due process involving notices and hearings. Galveston requires 3 violations to consider suspending a permanent. No convictions are needed. Freeport, 2 violations. Port Lavaca, only 1 conviction. Rockport, only 1 conviction. Port Aransas, 3 violations. South Padre Island, 3 violations or 4 warnings only. San Marcos, 1 violation. Austin, 2 violations. Fredericksburg, 3 violations. Bernie, 3 violations. I could go on. But you can see that our current existing ordinance is lacking compared to others. The newly proposed ordinance requiring 3 violations rather than convictions is more in line, but still is more lenient than several others. Most of the STR owners here in Jamaica Beach say they run a tight ship. Their homes have no issues, so they shouldn't have a problem with this. They say all the issues lie with only a few houses. So I say, pass this ordinance and let the city get after them. I'm in support of this new updated ordinance. Thanks.
Next, we have Lisa Curson for STRs.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. First of all, I'd like to, since it's the only meeting that we're having for the month of December, I'd like to go ahead and wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year's. Okay. Hey, we keep hearing the argument that STR owners need to rent their homes just to afford them. They say they're barely breaking even, yet we never break even. As homeowners, we are turning a profit. We aren't turning a profit on our property. We value it, we maintain it, and we hope to build equity over time. Short-term rental owners, on the other hand, are earning monthly income and building equity. This makes it clear that their priority is protecting their month-to-month revenue, which means they are ultimately operating as businesses. I especially like, and I think we need this in our STR ordinance, the proposed 12-person maximum occupancy. A lot of other cities include this in their ordinances, and it will help reduce noise, parking issues, and the constant revolving door of large groups. I support the new STR ordinance that brings our rules in line with nearly every other coastal and inland city. We cannot afford to have the weakest ordinance in Texas, which would only attract even more STRs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kim Scavisa, STR ordinance.
Hello, Kim Scavisa, 16716, Cabeza de Vaca. It's the same old drumbeat over and over again. Every time we even mention the idea of strengthening our ordinance, the warnings come flooding in. You're going to get sued. It's predictable, it's automatic, it's like clockwork. But you don't hear the full-time and part-time residents, people like me, people who live here, and people who are not renting out our homes, making those kinds of threats. People who care about this community and want to see it thrive don't usually turn to litigation as a first response. Those who do are focused on protecting their business interests, not the long-term health of our city. Additionally, we are hearing claims that short-term rental owners, operators are above any issues and run perfectly. If that is truly the case, it's hard to understand why there's so much resistance to basic common sense regulations. Regulations is not the enemy. Unbalanced, unregulated short-term rentals are. Without a strong ordinance, our community will become La Quinta Beach instead of Jamaica Beach with no regulations. Occupancy limits? Nah. Extra cots will be available at City Hall. Parking? No problem. Park in the neighbor's yard, park in the street, park in the ditch, all okay. Trash? Don't worry about it. The birds will take care of it. We all know this isn't what our community wants. I support the proposed STR ordinance, especially the 3 violations, not convictions, and the 12-person occupancy limit. Who wants 15 new people checking in next door every 2 days? Hopefully this ordinance will help keep our city well-managed and livable. Council, I urge you, do not let the threats of lawsuits overshadow your responsibility to protect the character of our city. Please put our city's long-term future first. We cannot be the weakest link when it comes to STR ordinances in Texas. Thank you.
We have Bert Dillman for the STR ordinance.
Thank you. Bert Dillman, 16616 Sandpiper. Merry Christmas, everybody. I'd first like to thank the chief back here for putting together this significant incident reports. I realize he's going to report on that right after the public comments. But I think that's very beneficial information that he's putting together monthly for us. I am in favor of stricter STR ordinances and stricter enforcement of the STR ordinances themselves. And why? It's because we are losing our peaceful place to live. For the monthly significant incident report that the chief puts out, the number of police calls out to the STRs is not good. The STRs amount to about 20% of the houses in Jamaica Beach, as you saw from Pam's note of the 270, approximately 270 STRs. Of those 20%, the police call out is training, the police calls out are training to about 80% of their call outs are going to the STRs. That's 20% making 80% of the problem. So just think about that. So I have 2 other comments for the council to consider. If a major hotel had a similar guest issues, they would evict the guests. They wouldn't put up with it. That's how a business is run. The second one is the neighborhood that I used to live in, Houston, would not tolerate the lack of respect the STRs bring to the peaceful community. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that's the in-person public comments that we have. Now we're going to move to the online submission. We have from Andrea Sparing, 16617 Jamaica Beach Road, STRs. I have a beachfront home that I use and also rent out. I have had no complaints or issues with guests that I've been made aware of. In reviewing the minutes from the last meeting, the posted meetings only state next steps were discussed and moving forward with implementation. Nowhere in the document does it list these next steps, what these next steps will be. To my surprise, buried on page 22 of the agenda for today's meeting is completely new STR ordinance. Again, council is trying to reinvent the wheel. If the concern of council and anti-STR folks is that the ordinances we have are not being enforced, figure out why. Is it a problem with how citations are written? According to the JBPD report listed on today's agenda, JBPD does respond to both STR and non-STR complaints with respect to noise and parking. So what is the issue? In a reading of the new ordinance, it would be helpful for common person for the common person if the city had specified what is different in these ordinances and the existing ordinance and its amendments, rather than one must print them both out and do a line-by-line comparison. Seems that this borders on non-transparency. My concerns after a brief reading of the two documents, one, and changing occupancy yet again. If a home has 5 bedrooms according to the maximum occupancy in the SCR registration, occupancy would be 2 times 5 plus 4, 14. That is still part of this document, but then a maximum of 12, is it? Are non-STRs limited in their occupancies? Does this mean that if a home sleeps 12, you cannot have friends over? How will the city determine if me and my family at my house versus a guest renter? Will this be enforced for all homes in JB? 2, any citation a guest or owner is considered a verified violation. What happens to due process? And since our new noise ordinance does not include decibel limit, what lies on the discretion of an officer? This seems likely to be challenged and thrown out. Yet this ordinance says it is still a verified violation. 3, regarding inspection of the property, will this declaration of inspection apply to non-STRs that are deemed unsafe by residents of JB? 4, in Article 3H, regarding problems with hot submission or report, the statement that this is not curable seems laughable with the existing problems with the timing of report reviews, submissions of hot, etc. Last I checked, we had not resolved Q3. 5, Article 5C9 contradicts itself with in-person times and resolution times. 6, Article 5F3. Time's up. All right. Next one is it Jaime Flores, 16613 Curlew, short-term rental ordinance. Letter to be read in the City Council on December 11, 2025. All right, so hi, City Council members, wishing all a Merry Christmas. My Christmas, unfortunately, will not be so nice due to 100% the illegal, unconstitutional, rude, evil, and plain wrong actions towards all things all of you on the City Council have chosen to, in a total dictatorship fashion, ramrod towards all things STRs. There are too many things that you all have done that are plain wrong, but I won't get into each of them. I'll let our lawyers address that. In the end, you've heard all the arguments and have chosen to put on blinders on and proceed with your very unprofessional homeowner rights overreach. In short, you have all decided that it's your way or the highway. Since all on the board are JB full-time residents, you feel justified in imposing your version of the rule on the whole municipality. Even though permanent JB residents are the minority, you are nonetheless imposing rule over the majority, ignoring the fact that STR homeowners have the exact same rights as non-homeowner STR homeowners. Like I said, I'll touch on only one subject. Since this is a total complete waste of my time, you all don't listen to a darn thing we say. The subject I'll address is the fact that you fine people, quote unquote, have chosen to dictate to us and us only, since it only applies to us, that we now cannot rent our homes in the way that it has to be utilized since it was first built. Let me try to explain. We purchased our home in 2019 and we proceeded to, from the very beginning, i.e. grandfathered, put it on the vacation rental market. We decided to rent each of the homes separately because renting it as one was too pricey. And we were not getting that much utilization. We still don't, but at least it's better than before. This became a better way to rent, and we have had good results doing it in this way. We end up covering the costs and kept our eventual forever home with our eventual reach to eventually retire therein. We don't mind making nothing, almost nothing, because we get to enjoy paradise occasionally. The grandfathered way of doing business has been in place since 2019. The house was still utilized as 2 separate living entities since built in 1974. And now we get to where we are today. As I mentioned above, from the very beginning of our home's existence, it was set up as 2 single-family homes and has always been utilized in that format. Yet it had one address, but it has always had one address with 2 separate mailing addresses. It is nonetheless. Hands up. All right, this is from Christine Martinez, 16635 Bermuda Way, short-term rentals. My name is Christine Martinez and I live at 16635 Bermuda Way. I'm writing to express my strong support for the proposed amendments to strengthen our short-term rental ordinance. Nearly every city in Texas has a short-term rental ordinance and most are more stringent than ours. Strengthening our ordinance will help ensure Jamaica Beach remains a vibrant year-round community. I have issues with the disrespect of property and trash left by STRs along the street, as well as the loud music and parking on the street, making it difficult to drive large vehicles down my road. STRs do not seem to follow the same rules as full-timers, but do not let the voices of full-time and part-time residents who do not rent in our homes be drowned out. If short-term rentals continue to displace the residents who live here and support Jamaica Beach year-round, we risk losing the very sense of community that makes this place special. Next we have Joe Marzullo, STR ordinance, 16610 Pompano Way. My name is Joe Marzullo. Once again, I want to thank council for the opportunity to be heard regarding STRs in our community. My family has been a part of Jamaica Beach for more than 10 years. Our original motivation for purchasing here was to create a meeting place that our family could enjoy. We got that and so much more. Because we spend so much of our free time here, we have developed many close relationships outside of our family. That said, the explosion in the number of STRs is changing the fabric of the community. I'm starting to hear full and part-time residents talk about leaving Jamaica Beach because it's becoming overrun by STRs. Think about the makeup of the elected officials and who would be in the audience tonight if the STRs became the dominant force here. Many of us have vacation at places built to serve the short-term rental experience. My family has visited these places and has had a good time. But I never cared about what happened after I left, nor did I make any lasting friendships. And I certainly would not purchase in a short-term vacation having had the JB experience. In the 10 plus years I've been here, Jamaica Beach has taught me that it's more than a place to gather with immediate family. It's a community where we have made friends. It's a place where I can call a neighbor and ask if I lock my door after leaving or to check on my house following a storm. Some of you I have asked in this room tonight, and I say thank you. Please feel free to call me to return the favor. Let's keep Jamaica Beach a community and not just another place on the beach to visit. Thank you, the Marzullo family. Next, we have Mr. Tom Quigley, 16530 Henry Morgan, life of a Jamaica Beach resident. That's what he'd like to speak about. My wife and I are now residents of Jamaica Beach for 10 years. We moved here and built a house without concerns regarding rental properties. Our concerns were located close to the beach and small. Safe town as we moved in from Plano. Our daughter bought a house here on Mansville, so we wanted to be close to her. Little did we expect that many houses surrounding us would be sold and would become both short-term rentals and yearly long-term rentals. To get directly to the heart of why I'm writing to the council, we had across the street and 2 directly behind us on Mansville used a short-term rental. One evening as I spoke at city council previously about, my wife went out to walk our dog. It was during Mardi Gras, so the houses were full of renters. She flips on the outdoor lighting when going up and down the steps. She noticed a car parked across the street with a man in the car, especially after he actually scared her by getting out and approached her. He asked her to turn off our outdoor lights as he was watching the corner house on Mansville and Buccaneer. She asked about what, and he expressed a sting was being carried out. She came up and began a conversation with me and our good friends who lived directly next door, looking out our back window directly at the house where there were at times 10 plus cars. Another neighbor posted on Facebook concerns about this, as the cars and trucks were also pulling into and parking at houses up and down Mansfield. We saw men pull up and get out of trucks carrying luggage. We saw some cars pull in and park and unload 4 or 5 men. We saw guys pull in, go upstairs, and leave minutes later with what appeared to be gym bags or backpacks. Then things got a bit out of hand when three cars that appeared to be undercover police vehicles came in around one pickup truck, and guns were drawn. Men were arrested and handcuffed. At this point, we were up all night with grave concerns. Next door, she was scared. This didn't just go on one night. It happened again the next night. Records she located showed double-digit photos and arrest records on men they arrested. My concern was why here in Jamaica Beach? Who set this up? And as far as I further explained, this happened again during motorcycle rally weekend. A female was parked in a car in our front yard, storm drain area. She sat there most of the afternoon and then left the car as she walked around the street up Buccaneer to the corner house on Mansfield. She went upstairs to join the people already there. This time more cars. These words start mixing up after a while. Shireen Quintero, 9223 Jamaica Beach, protecting the heart of Jamaica Beach, my support for STR amendments. Mayor and council members, hi, my name is Shireen Quintero and I live at 16709 Montego Way. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and thank you for all the work you put into strengthening our STR ordinance. I'm here because I truly care about the future of Jamaica Beach, and I strongly support these updates. We all want a community where people can enjoy their homes, feel safe, and trust that problems will be addressed. The responsible STR owners saying they're not the issue, and honestly, if that's true, then they should be standing right alongside us. If their properties are truly trouble-free, why oppose rules that simply hold everybody to the same standards they claim to follow? Good operators should want the bad actors out of the way just as much as residents do. One of the biggest improvements you're proposing is changing the outdated 3 convictions rule to a 3 violations rule, counting warnings or citations within a 12-month period. This is what most cities are already doing, and it makes sense. We should not have to wait for a full criminal conviction before a city can step in. When a property is repeatedly disturbing neighbors, that pattern matters. Our community deserves a system that recognizes ongoing issues and actually does something about them. What we have now isn't working. The same problem houses keep racking up complaints over and over with no real consequences. That's exhausting for residents and unfair to everybody who plays by the rules. These updates finally give the city the ability to step in early, respond effectively, and bring lasting relief. We all want Jamaica Beach to stay a welcoming, peaceful, family-friendly place. Strengthening this ordinance helps us protect that. It helps us make sure the people who love this community aren't the ones paying the price for those who refuse to be good neighbors. Thank you for listening, and thank you for fighting to keep Jamaica Beach the community we're proud to call home. That's all, folks.
First, I'd like to thank everybody for having to speak and writing in, letting us, hearing your voices, because it's the only way we, get information. The next on announcements, we have announcing the Christmas celebration will be held on Saturday, December 20th, beginning at 3. So we hope to see everybody there. It's going to be a fun time. And now we got a report from the city administrator.
Catch my breath.
Oh, you put the chief first?
Right. I should have done that. So one thing we came across was a lot of old emails were still being used that were employees that weren't here. So outside vendors and concerns were sent, people were sending concerns or bills or something to old emails. So what we did was the Friday before Thanksgiving, after City Hall closed, staff stayed after. We had a meeting to discuss how we're gonna conduct business moving forward. What are the needs of each employees? And it was also used as a team building experience. We rolled in our whiteboard in here, everybody put down what they do, our deadlines, we coordinated. And one of the things we wanted to do during that meeting, which I think was a very good meeting, and it was very beneficial. I had follow-up meetings with staff afterward, and everybody seemed to enjoy it one-on-one. So that was really good, but we identified a few things. We talked about concerns that we get from residents and things that have been brought to my attention from council as well. And one of them was the emails, the other thing was our phone tree, right? Our customer service to the residents. So we were thinking and brainstorming of ways to improve that. So what we did for the emails, and we'll be posting that up pretty soon on the city's website, we did a few tests, but the emails changed from individual to department. So if you have a water utility bill concern and you want to send an email, that email is going to go to 2 people. And if one of those individuals decides to move on to bigger and better things, only the name changes on the back end. So that email address will stay the same. So we did some test runs on it, and then we'll be updating the city's website. So you'll see utility billing, municipal courts, but those emails don't go to just one person. Another thing is if somebody's out sick or they're missing or they're out training, each email goes to multiple individuals. So somebody here will always be able to get it. If it's a planned absence that's not sick or an emergency or something, they can also forward it. So that'll be really good. We'll be seeing that. It's a new system. We had to call Galveston Computer also because we updated the phone tree. So what the phone tree does is when they call in, they press who they want, and it'll go to that individual. If that individual doesn't answer, all the phones will ring in City Hall, and whoever's available at that time will pick up the phone and either forward you back to leave a message, help you if they can, or take a message and email it to the proper department. These are new things that have been implemented. We went through the whole thought process, but we might have a bump in the road here or there that we need to iron out. But again, it's something new, and it's was created by all of staff together collectively with ideas on how to improve our response and our customer service to the residents. So the phone tree's on its way, underway right now. It's being utilized. So if it sounds a little different, the process that goes on is we have to call Galveston Computer. They have to re-record everything and reset up the routes that the phone calls go on. So we made sure that we had everything in place, looked at it, followed what's going to happen if this happens, went through all the scenarios. Then we called them, they updated it, and so hopefully we'll have better response moving forward. We have our code enforcement building official. She moved on to bigger and better things. She got a different position, so we posted the job prior to her leaving. When she put in her resignation, we had in one weekend 150 applicants for that position. So out of the 150, we have 4 very, very qualified individuals with municipal experience in code and building inspections. So we've done 3 interviews, with our last interview being held tomorrow. We have, in those interviews, they were very, very, very good. We have a hard decision to make, so that's a good thing. That being said, our final interview will be tomorrow. We'll go through our scoring sheets and we'll discuss, and then we'll make a decision, and probably by tomorrow afternoon I'll be making a phone call. 2 individuals that we've interviewed said they'd be willing to start Monday. 1 said they'll start a week after. So we'll see after we go through all the interviews and we see how tomorrow goes, depending on who we pick. We could have somebody possibly in here as soon as Monday, and they have experience. All they would have to do is familiarize themselves with MyGov and the city's ordinances. And a very one good thing is I myself and Marlon and a couple other staff members started digging in a lot more into MyGov recently, and they have of course, the contact if you need help or assistance, but they also have MyGov U. So it's MyGov University, which is a training module inside of MyGov, which we can take, and our profiles will have badges of what we've taken. So anybody coming in, I have a little bit of experience with MyGov. I think one of our applicants has experience with MyGov as well. So depending on who's chosen, this transition process should be pretty quick, a lot sooner than we hoped or we were thinking. So that's going to be really good. Public Works has been hard at work. They did Christmas lights decorations out here and at the park, and I want to thank I think Mary, you pushed the initiative, right, pretty much in council,
Yeah.
to get it going. So if y'all don't know, I was out last week with flu and strep for the whole week. I got pretty sick, so I wasn't here. So I want to thank everybody that stepped up and worked, and I know Mary and council was communicating with staff and moving forward. So that's great. I appreciate that. We're getting the stairs replaced back here at City Hall. They were pretty bad, and getting those stairs replaced is vital to us keeping the EMS here and stationed here at the city. So we went through that process, and that's getting worked on right now. We're getting into compliance with our standards for municipal court. We're expecting in January to bulletproof our fishbowl in the areas across from the fishbowl. So securing that, state law, we were a little behind, but we did procure. We reached out to 3 vendors, we got 2 quotes, and scheduled it. So that'll be moving along pretty good. And then we got our truck delivered. So it's great. The only downside is I gotta get, we're working on getting the trailer hitch installed aftermarket, because that vendor, and it was very weird to me because I've outfitted and done specs for trucks plenty of times exactly the way we did, because those are basic public works needs for those vehicles, and they said they couldn't put the towing package on the bottom. I said, okay, well, we'll go to an outfitter and they'll put it on for us afterwards. But it's really great. It does benefit public works a lot. Dustin, one of our technicians, is going, just in case y'all are wondering about mosquito spraying, he'll be going to the soonest class they had, which is scheduled in San Antonio Monday. He'll go there, test, and hopefully, and I'm very confident in him, he's a smart guy, come back with a mosquito license. After that, we're going to get more dates for classes and get Archie situated with a mosquito spraying license. So that's good. So we had Mr. Quigley has been, kind of working with us back and forth, and there was a long period of time that I hadn't spoken with him, and I didn't realize that much time passed. Usually he'll call me up, but I'm glad he lets us know, because he had some ideas for the park, some things that we can do now. The tetherball, that's installed, and a few other items, hopscotch and Foursquare, they'll be put in by December 17th. We also have a few bigger things. I believe a pickleball court was one of them. But if we're gonna add a court or any type of concrete, we need to get some plans and look at it and probably put together a park plan. And we'll work with Mr. Quigley to put it together, an aerial view, layout, see what council thinks, let the public speak on it, on what they want, and then see what we'll do. And if it's anything that is large enough, then we will need to get some drawings from engineers to put that in to deal with the drainage or anything like that. Another item we're looking at for parks is right now the playgrounds have that mulch, that engineered mulch in there. If we have a storm, all of that becomes projectiles. So we're currently looking at getting costs for pour and play, which is that foamy, you pour it like cement, but it's real foamy and rubbery, and when it rains, it has French drains that let it out. That's stationary. We don't have to pull that out and put it back in, find some place. So that's the safest, most cost-effective way for us to go in the future. We can install it currently where we're at the playgrounds, but one thing we will possibly have to, no, not possibly, we will have to change out the swing set eventually once we touch it. It's still in great working conditions. The guys updated everything on there with higher standard chains and actual brackets and chains and the seat that were, yeah, and those are for parks. We have a vendor that I've done business with in the past and had Marlon, sent Marlon his way, and we got actual park things now that are graded for park use. So whenever we do a little bit more business, we're gonna need to take out that swing set and replace it. But for now, it's in great condition. But once we touch it with the park plan, if we have to move it, we have to update it. So let's see.
Gilbert, how much does all this cost
For
for the park, all that you mentioned about the
oh,
park?
we gotta get quotes and everything.
Okay.
Yeah, we're in the beginning stages of
Okay.
getting quotes and putting that together.
Do
And
we
then,
have it in our budget to do these things?
It
well,
was-
part of it, because I think we had $35,000
Okay.
for the pickleball
I'm
court
just
and those kinds of
reminding me,
things.
yeah, I can't
Yeah, so
remember.
some of these items, and at the beginning when we started this, we're not gonna pursue large projects, and these are gonna take a good amount of time to put together.
Okay.
So this is something in preparation for next year's budget that we can put in next year's budget if we have enough money to do so.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah,
the
this
smaller
was
things
Done
are,
with,
Uh,
Tom Quigley came before council 2
Mhm.
years, two different mayors.
Right.
So, and he got approval from both mayors and the money was supposed to roll over, so we did find it.
Yes,
It was there, he was excited, so
Yeah.
we could, you know,
okay.
third
Yeah.
time's a charm, hopefully we can get
yeah, and there's some
our
items that
equipment fixed.
what we can look at, and then for $35,000, and then the amount that we have, and we got to look at what we can do. We can't put anything too big because the park playgrounds. The last time I installed one, I spent $174,000 on a basic playground with the pour and play. So the prices are higher, but we can start the smaller things, and if it doesn't have an impact to the footprint of the park, then we don't have to do all the engineering and all that. So like a tetherball, we can put it in there, we can secure it. Those small things we can do now with that funding. What we have left at the end of the year, then we can encumber to the following year, and then whatever prices we get for what we want to do, and we determine that, we'll say, okay, this playground and all of these updates that we're planning to do, which will take it to the public, it's gonna run $100,000. Do we want to do it in phases, or do we want to do it all at once? So we're in the beginning planning stages of it right now.
Okay, thank you.
So I got some emails from TDEM and FEMA. They're wanting even more information. So what it seems like, we provide information, and then, okay, this looks good, great, turn it in. All right, everything's going good, and then that's to FEMA, then TDEM needs something. Or FEMA will say, okay, elaborate more, or we need more, so
Hopefully the number keeps going.
hopefully, yeah. So that's going on as well, and those come out of the blue. I'm like, cool, we're done. All right, they said everything's good, and then boom, an email comes and okay, here's another 4 days of work. The audit right now, we have we put out a job description for the temporary contract employees. We didn't go through the temp agency, so that's saving us some cash right there. But we have two contract workers that are here that are organizing all the boxes, putting the separator sheets, and doing kind of in preparation for the scanning equipment, the tungsten unit, which we purchased. We have the scanner, and it's coming in, and they're gonna upload. So the timing of roughly 2.5, or how long was the timing? About 2 weeks, or
For us to get
for
the software?
tungsten, the software was
We
it?
should get it tomorrow or Monday, to be
Okay,
honest.
so
We have the machine though, right?
yes, we
We
have
have
the machine.
this.
Okay,
The
we're just
machine-
waiting for the software?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
machine came in like 4 days after we
Yeah.
ordered it. It was quick, and they gave us the make, model, and everything like a car. Right, this is what you need to get. So we found it cheaper and can get it in quicker. So we saved a little bit of money there, not thousands, but a couple hundred, I believe.
Yeah.
And now while they're prepping, and they got a lot to prep, and they've been.
They're really good.
They're really good. And while they're doing that, then the software is going to be uploaded. And then at that point, one's going to continue to prep and organize and go through all the boxes. They're going through everything financial, but there's a lot of, you have a 2020 box, there's 2018, 2020, I mean, everything's mixed up. It just looked like sometimes people just put it in wherever. So they're going through that. One person's going to be scanning, reviewing, and as we go through, the system's going to learn. At the same time, Pam and I are working on an RFP right now to put out with the software we have And the only option is gonna be, do you wanna use our contract workers, or are you gonna come in and have your own people? But it'll be turnkey, full audit prep.
An accounting firm that knows how to do.
Yes, yes. It's not gonna be us, we're gonna,
Accounting,
yeah.
because not all of them are specialized in audit,
Yeah.
audit ready.
And when I get the RFP completed, I'm gonna send it to y'all
I'd
to
like to
review.
see it.
Yeah, and once y'all review it and give me an okay, I'll put it out there and,
Because I put one together, so, yeah.
so, and we'll put it out there, that'd be great, cause that'll be very helpful, cause like we discussed, that's one area that, I still got some growth that I need to have, and so
Yes.
that would be very beneficial.
Is that the company you talked to from the Port Arthur Connect?
No, I got their RFP that he put together for the audit itself, and it was like, no, that's not what we needed, so that's what he had. I don't know, so we put together an RFP. I did come across.
And that's two different things, by
Yeah.
the way. That's way two different.
The audit and the audit preparation. We have an audit company already. It's just the audit prep.
They're just in the wait, they're waiting.
Yeah. So these two individuals, we created a job description, we put it out online, we looked at their qualifications with some audit experience and financial experience and backgrounds, and we hired them on contract. When they came in, they started, I wasn't here, it was last Wednesday. When I got here Monday, we had our audit meeting. And when we had our audit meeting, they were already going through and prepping things. And even in that audit meeting, they taught me a few things. So they're very great individuals. They work very hard, and they're getting some progress. Upstairs doesn't even look the same anymore. So
So they're strictly focused on doing just that.
that is it.
Not
Nothing
answering
else.
calls
Nothing.
or taking.
There isn't even a phone over there.
Thank you.
And the first thing that I did when I talked to them, I said, "You are not to do anything else except this. This is what you're here for." So, and they're like I said, both of them have great work experience, great attitudes. They're very positive, and they're very hard workers. So I'm very excited about that, and we're gonna continue to move forward with our audit, and we will get this done. God is my witness. I promise we will be up to date. I can't say if it's gonna be this year or next year, but we're gonna get it done, and we're gonna keep
It's
chipping
time.
away. So
Good,
that's
Thank
my
you.
report.
awesome,
Okay,
thanks.
chief? We getting old?
I didn't get a haircut, so I can wear my hat.
Wrong, getting old.
Dude, that hat looks
Sound like me.
beautiful, man. I love it.
I do like the hat.
Actually, I'm contemplating wearing mine. I think so.
Okay, so on the SGR reports, they're posted. The only thing I really have to say about the SGR reports, what am I saying, on my monthly reports, is we are going to start posting it on the website. So if you need to look up a monthly report, it will be posted on the website soon. Other than that, I have something to read. I made notes so that I wouldn't forget, because I seem to forget a lot. So, I just want to talk about, to clarify something that I mentioned like 2 council meetings ago about SGR rental companies having their own security. I don't think a lot of people understood what I meant. What I meant was whenever we receive calls from dispatch about an SGR, it's not like we call their security company and tell them, hey, go take care of your house. We actually go to the house. The only thing I mean whenever we do talk to their security company is if we have any issues with that property, just like a homeowner would have issues, we call out the security company to come out there and deal with the issue, like if they have to take somebody or a victim out of the house or not complying. Just like a resident would go to their house if they rented it out to evict to comply. So it's not like we call the security company out and have them go out there and answer the calls for us. We actually go out there when we get dispatched and answer the calls. What I'm gonna start doing is, since we have our new STR city ordinance, is, I know a lot of the STR owners, don't get notified right now, so what I'm gonna start doing is whenever we do have an STR call, we're gonna start notifying these STRs, so that way they do know that they either got a warning, they got a citation, or we even got a call out to their house. So that way they're not left in the dark, and, they can't, tell us, hey, we didn't know, well, we called you or we sent you an email. So what we're gonna do is probably send an email, so that way we have paper trail, we can keep track of everything. Cause I know Pam said they have good emails on there.
I thought that was happening now, it's not happening. It
No.
was- Oh, okay.
No, so last council meeting, we had talked about it, and, so we have it all together now. So what we're gonna do is, we're gonna contact them, even if we get a call out. It may not be that same day, of course, but it will be in a substantial amount of time to where we can get it out to them. So that way they do know that they got a call out to their house.
So Matt, who you gonna notify? The owner, the property manager?
Whatever email we have on there, STR.
Because because now
Yeah.
you have the local contact, but
Yeah,
you might wanna do the owner.
right.
Or
Yeah, cause
they,
you get, so Miss Pam gave me the whole STR list. So now we have an STR list. And actually, she did a really good job, cause now I sent out the link to all my officers, so, there's actually a link on the website that I didn't even know of that she had posted on there. If you click on it, it actually pulls up a map with all the STRs and their location, which is a pretty cool little, gadget to use. And it also has all their information on it. And then also, we did receive our Special Olympics polar plunge torch, which was for, this one, it actually says 2024, but it was actually for last year. So, actually it was for this year, 2025. In January, we had our polar plunge, to support, the Special Olympics. And this year, we're actually gonna do it, coming up, 2026, we're actually gonna do it again. So our polar plunge will be, January 10th, right here on the beach.
That's a super fun event.
Yeah.
Everyone
It
should-
was, last year I almost passed out, 'cause I think I got hypothermia.
Tell them to bring enough
Dramatic.
towels. They didn't have enough towels last
No.
time.
Yeah.
I got
For the
a
registrants.
surprise that I'm gonna wear when I go in there.
We got lucky last year because we missed that Arctic cold front by like
Yeah.
1 weekend.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I gotta
And-
check the weather first.
And then also on my monthly reports, I've changed it, so it used to say critical incidents. I took that off and just put calls for service. So technically, all the calls for service that we actually answer in Jamaica Beach, not in Galveston or back up Galveston, that's not gonna be on there. All the calls that we answer in Jamaica Beach will be on that monthly report. So, yeah, so not just critical incidents, it'll be everything. And that is all I have.
Wonderful, thank you. All right. Okay, I'm going to do I have a motion to approve the minutes for the regular council meeting on 11/13/25? Do I have a motion?
I have an amendment. Under my section, it says that I was leading the fire department meetings, I was just attending them, not leading. I don't want that on the records, but with that change, I'll approve it.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? All right.
I would do a really bad job with that.
Yeah. Okay. Comments and reports from council members. Alderman McDermott?
I was going to say that the swing sets look very good now. They don't look like you're going to get hurt on them anymore, which is nice. They're bright and yellow, and that's cool. I'm glad to hear about the mosquito truck because I was going to ask about that since Katie left. And I guess that's it for me today, actually.
Thank you. Alderman Joseph?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I've gotten some feedback from, some citizens about, the mailroom. We really have to do better with that mailroom. And just a reminder that after 60 days, the mail gets returned back to USPS. So with the holidays coming on, we need to just make sure that citizens go check to see if you have things in that mailroom, because it's running out of storage. And we wanna make sure that, you know, we've got people that have graciously volunteered to go straighten it out, but I just wanted to propose to see what can we do about that, because I don't know that the city is actually managing that mailroom. It's all being done by very gracious, like I said, volunteers that are going to straighten out. I mean, there's packages, one of the residents informed me that some of these packages are there from September, and they're probably gonna go. So I don't know, but I don't know if USPS, when they go drop stuff up, are they looking through there to take them back? I'm still unsure about the 60-day return back to USPS, but back to the post office, so. But is there anything in place for City Hall staff to monitor that at all? I know we're not responsible for the mail, and we're actually, to me, we're making room for mail to be like an overflow that's not getting to
We're
their
helping
house.
we're helping our citizens out, otherwise it's going, instead of them not getting a chance to pick them up, they bring it here, otherwise they're gonna go back to the post office and.
Yeah, and occasionally our packages go there whenever we order here. Most of them come upstairs, but sometimes they'll go downstairs.
It goes
And
to that mailroom?
if it's needing organization, then staff will go in and organize it. But what I can do is I can put, I can have Public Works go in there Monday morning once a week and organize it. I mean, that wouldn't be a problem. But as far as, tracking the days of each package, that would be a little.
No,
You would almost have to have someone in there every day, and date it.
Yeah, I mean,
or put stickers, you know,
Right.
color code.
yeah, so I mean, at very least, we can make sure that every Monday, and then we can do a public report or a post and an update to the public
That would be
once
helpful.
a month at least.
Say these are the people that still have packages that need to be picked up. I don't know, it's just something, I just want to toss that around because I'm thinking, you know, people are saying I can't find my package, and then they've been,
Well, we've had.
they've been at the same address, but probably on the beach side, but these are actual packages that are getting delivered, and that's happened to my husband and I, but I just think, well, first of all, to the public, and hopefully everybody sees this video when it gets posted, but make sure to go check that mailroom if you were looking to receive something and you couldn't find it at somebody else's house or at your own house. Please just start emptying it. Just go check, because we found out that we had a package there we did not know. Completely forgot that we ordered it, and so that can happen. Happened to us. So
When residents do have issues finding their package, or they know they got delivered and they can't find it, they'll come up here, and staff has always been very gracious in going down and going through the packages. We found one, it was about 2-3 weeks ago, and if they have any questions, they'll come up, and whoever's up here will go down with them and help them look for it. And
well, it's probably gonna get worse in the next week, especially as packages for Christmas come through. So again, just so that there's more room in that storage room, please, I encourage everybody that thinks or didn't know, like happened to us, we didn't know we ordered something and it went over there. So just go check over there and make sure so we can provide more room for any packages for the holidays. The other thing that I have is that we've been renting out the pavilion, and there's been some issues with people, like, I guess, is there a possibility, Gilbert, that we could get the Public Works team to go check the kitchen? Because there's a lot of, there's overflow boxes in there. I guess it's being treated like a storage room, and just to check that. We don't want, you know, people, especially if they're renting that pavilion, we want it to be a pleasing experience for them and not something that they have to tiptoe over because, or there's, from what I see too, that it was overflowed. There might be just, it's wet paper towels or things that were on the floor that were not in good condition. So maybe we want to check that kitchen and check the condition of the kitchen. And also too, the restroom that's adjacent to the storage closet, it was overflowing. And that person that rented, it was a recent rental, they may have already called him, put in a complaint. It's from what I understand that they were going to do that. But you know, we want to make sure, so is there a way that we can get Public Works to check the pavilion, make sure everything is, because people are paying to rent it, so maybe we can have them check it ahead of the reservation.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple ways we can do it. If they rent it ahead of time, then one of the guys at Public Works can take Friday off and then come in on Saturday and flex that time, or we pay overtime. It just depends on the workload of the week, but that's very doable.
Okay, excellent, because I think, especially if we're gonna be renting that out to people, in Jamaica Beach, or even, let's make it look like we need to put pride in the things that we have here, and especially that pavilion. And then I guess just checking light bulbs too, because I think we're probably conserving energy, but it gets really dark at the park. It's getting really, really dark, so I don't know if the lights, is that something that we chose
I think
to?
the lights in the back of the park, those are on a switch, they don't come on automatically.
Oh, okay. It used to be lit, so I was going through over the weekend and this week, and it's just,
It's probably
it's
a photo
so
set.
dark. It's so dark. Yeah. I mean, I just don't know. And then the other thing too is the gardening. So maybe I don't know who's been doing the gardening, but if they could check the mulch and make sure that it's helping to saturate, to take care, especially as the cold winters, we're as cold as we can get here. But maybe, because we've spent a lot of money on those plants that are along the fence line and at the park. So if we could just make sure that they're properly doing it, and I don't know if they're experienced gardeners, and I don't know who's doing the mulch or anything.
Dustin had he has a lot of experience with landscaping.
Mhm.
And that was one of the attractions of bringing him on. So he's been keeping an eye on everything out there.
Okay.
So it's even those plants down here.
I mean, it looks beautiful. It looks beautiful, but there was a comment from another resident that said that the mulch is doing more harm than good the way it's positioned on the plants. I'm not a gardener, so again, this is just feedback from someone who is. So I guess we want to make sure that we don't lose our plants.
Sure.
So just feedback. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor Pro Tem Reddick?
Hi there. Just real quick on the mailroom, I did notice that there's a lot of packages that could basically fit in the mailbox. So I don't know if there's a little laziness going on and they're just dumping packages in the mailroom, but there's an awful lot of small packages in the mailroom that don't necessarily need to be there. So we might want to have a little discussion with the postmaster if you can reach him ever.
I'll give it a shot.
Everyone knows that the postal service is very accommodating.
Exactly.
I've actually myself and Jennifer have tried to reach out and get a hold of somebody with
I
zero.
miss Mike.
Well, the last one got busted for embezzling, so
Oh, is it? Oh, is it?
maybe they just don't want to talk to the public. December 10th is the Christmas celebration, as was described. Golf cart, boat parade. The lights around the city are phenomenal. I think it looks great.
20th. It'll be the 20th.
20th?
It wasn't
Yesterday was the 10th.
Oh,
Today's the 11th.
today's the 11th, sorry.
You made me
20th.
think there. I had to think about it.
I can't read my own writing. Apologies. The 20th. The lights around the city look great. The park, the Esplanade here at the city, as well as the private residence. I think the city looks great. So it's awesome. I love this time of year. And many folks in general that I've spoken to that come here to visit have said really great things about how the city looks, how clean it is, that it's looked the best it has in years. So, hats off to our crews that are keeping everything tight. The Blue Santa for Jamaica Beach Police Department is here in the building in City Hall. So bring all the unwrapped toys and bicycles here for the children. So I just want to make a quick note on that as well. And Merry Christmas to everyone. Hopefully I'll see all of you between now and then, but just in case. Merry Christmas.
Wonderful.
That's all I've got. Oh, one last thing.
You know you did.
Camera.
Yeah.
You didn't mention it.
Oh, that was
That was in my head.
Didn't write that one down either. So yeah, so we have a quote on the cameras. I have to get it off of a certain individual's email, and once I get it, then we will call the person who's gonna do it. They're actually the ones who did the park itself. So and then
And this is
we'll
for
have
the
them
boat
set up
launch.
for the boat launch, yes, front and back.
Okay.
So there'll be one in the front and one in the back. So that way we can kind of figure out and hopefully read license plates.
Awesome.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it.
That's it?
Yes.
You sure?
Promise.
I'll turn it off.
On the mailbox kick, when you do get a hold of the postmaster, I did realize also, because I was contacted by a new resident here, that we never resolved the issue with old mailboxes. They told them that we didn't have any available mailboxes.
Yeah, and that's interesting. So whenever we talked about it, we reached out. They said we had 20 additional that were free and available. So we talked to them. So I'll follow up again and find out.
Just their games they play. To play the devil's advocate on the mulch at the park, that mulch is 6 years old. It had a 20-year warranty. It was never meant to be picked up during storms. So I don't know when that started or why that started, but it wasn't meant to be picked up.
Mm.
So that was news to me and I ordered it, so.
Oh,
I
Yeah,
can
'cause-
try to find the warranty if you guys don't have the information here. I
Yeah,
was digging through my emails from last time, but I haven't found it yet, but I know what company we used.
That was information I got from my past employee.
I
when
apologize.
first got
It
here.
has a shelf life, I mean, what is that again? What did you say?
A 20-year warranty?
20-year warranty?
Mhm.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great. No, that'd be
Yeah.
That's
good.
even better.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, that's great. That's
Because
information
That
I
pouring
didn't know.
play is expensive.
Yeah.
That's very
And you guys know me, I'll just never want to pour anything over my precious grass. The mulch is there and it's recycled. And for Polar Plunge, I will be establishing a JV local team. If you guys look for the local team or you want to be on the local team, there's no requirements, just be part of our theme. We'll be doing Patriotic USA theme again. So Polar Plunge is awesome, even if you don't want to get in the water. You can still come out. We have a good time. It's fun to freeze for a reason.
Just make sure EMS is there.
Okay. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out tonight and making your voices heard on this, and thank you to the people who wrote in comments. We really appreciate it. Also, the only other thing I've got is the pie in the face contest thing that's going on up there at Way West. I dropped my toys off there today. It's looking a little sparse. I did manage to fill out Gilbert's box.
I think everybody's kind of waiting, because I saw yesterday, and I think everybody's waiting until it gets closer, because it's whoever has the least amount in their box.
I think it's whoever
I
has
think it's
the
the
most.
most.
Yeah.
Most in their box?
The three
Yeah.
guys, yeah.
Yeah, because they're trying to get the most toys.
Yeah.
So we're taking all the blue Santa. We're gonna double dip it.
So in other
Way
words,
West.
what she was, how she said, it,
Right now-
you don't want toys in your box.
You don't want toys in the park.
You
So
don't
right
want toys in your
now-
box.
Right now, it looks like Mary's winning,
Woohoo!
and the guy, the smiley guy, the
The
Anthony,
local guy.
the local
Yeah.
guy, yeah. So Mary and the local guy. Gilbert's close. I took mine out.
Right here.
Gilbert's.
So anyway, I would just
Cheater.
encourage everybody to put your toys over there and fill up those boxes. So it's looking a little sparse in some of them, so. Anyway, that's all I've got today.
All right, thank you. Okay, on to old business. Discussion and consideration for regarding the STR ordinance 25-03. Do I have a motion to discuss?
I'll make a motion to discuss STR ordinance 2025-03.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, all in favor? Okay. And this one, hang on, sorry, I think I'm paperwork.
So, to start,
Yeah.
because we did so many changes, we'll read and review and we'll have to present it again at least one more time. So this is review, discussion, and the next meeting we can vote. So, and then again, it's just for, because the amount of changes that we've had. So, and what the plan is, so this keeps us legal, basically.
So that's the reasoning for a whole new proposal instead of just amendments.
I have a thing we could go over.
Consolidation, right?
Yeah, so originally we met last week to discuss a addendum, which was at the request of city staff to button up some loopholes that they had found and some weak points in the current ordinance. We discussed a variety of things up here to fix some of that. The judge was here and told us some problems with some of the things that we were discussing as well. And basically, to apply those new changes, it kind of became clear that an addendum to the 2025-03 would be mostly just a confusing patchwork. We were going to be layering new provisions on top of old language, cross-referencing sections that didn't line up and creating potential loopholes and more conflicts. And then right after that meeting, the city of Galveston approved a major overhaul to their short-term rental ordinance, which kind of basically requires us almost to update ours. There's a lot of people that own STRs in Galveston and Jamaica Beach. There's also a lot of management companies that are managing in both places, and we don't want to have a weaker ordinance than Galveston has. People start going over there to, regulate what they're doing and leaving us in the wind and stuff like that. So, because of those issues, fully repealing the old ordinance, which actually, upon more review, has some legal jeopardies in it for us, such as as a lot of people mentioned out there today, our ordinance requires convictions instead of violations. But there is no actual mechanism for suspending anyone, even if they get 3 on there. It just says they'll be suspended, but there's no really due process for them or anything like that. So that's actually a giant legal jeopardy. So I'll go through a couple things, and then I've created like a little packet that we can go over. But instead of the addendum, this new ordinance that we're going to discuss tonight would fully repeal the existing 2025-03 and gets rid of the need for an addendum and makes one clean document. Brings all the definition, rules, and enforcement tools and timelines into a single coherent framework, which doing an addendum would not do. And it makes it easier for owners to understand their obligations, residents to know what to expect, and staff to enforce the rules consistently. A clean repeal and replace is better for transparency, implementation, and legal defensibility than the patchwork that is going to occur with trying to change the format of an existing ordinance with an addendum. And also just legally, it looks bad when you're making major changes to a document with another document, and then that document gets longer than the original. It's just, of course, don't like to see that. So this new ordinance, and we're going to go over a lot of these points I made, but just high level, this is, we're kind of creating a hybrid enforcement model where guest behavior such as noise, disorderly conduct, trash, parking issues, that's still going to be handled by the police through the existing criminal citation process, just as it is today. However, in this ordinance, the violation actually occurs at the citation level and not at the conviction level. And that is basically how almost every city in Texas is doing this. It would be hard pressed to find other cities that are doing a conviction model because there's just too much. And what we were finding here is that they're getting dismissed for nothing that has to do with the violation itself. So it could have been an egregious violation and everything is documented, but something's missing in a court procedure that causes it to get dismissed. So we're losing enforcement tools based on our city staff having to act like they are legal professionals when they're not. So the owner and operator obligations are going to be handled through administrative process only. They'll no longer require citations to go through a court system for something like mislabeling your STR, basically all the administrative stuff that the owners do. And most of those actually get a cure period too, which cure period in this ordinance just means if you fix it in this time frame, you're not gonna get a violation. Because we know that sometimes it's an accident. We also, this ordinance would add a major thing that's lacking in the old one, which is a full public hearing before you can get suspended. So if you get your 3 violations, you would get a notice from the city administrator that you're about to be suspended, and you get a full public hearing before city council, where you get to present your side, the city presents theirs. And this is not like a trial. This is not where 2 lawyers are arguing and they redo all the evidence. This is, did the city do everything right, and do you have documented violations? The owner does get to say, well, you know, this happened, but it's a document review case more so than anything else. And we'll get into that a little bit later also. This new ordinance clarifies, you know, what are STRs. They still remain single-family homes. Obviously, we're not changing any categories like that. But when they're used for nightly rentals, they do operate as a commercial lodging activity. We're going to still require registration fees, local responsible parties. We're adding a max of 12 people per STR to kind of weed out some of our biggest problems. We're going to strengthen the tax reporting, and we're going to create a clear 3-strike system with the public hearing that I mentioned. Let's see. We also are going to add 1 strike. 1 incident equals 1 strike for guest behavior. So this is also a protection mechanism against owners who have 1 or 2 bad renters, but mostly do everything right. If they have a big party and lots of violations are happening, they're not going to get the 3 violations and lose their house for 6 months. They just get 1. The only way they can get 2 is if the police give the citation and call the local responsible person and they don't show up within the framework of this ordinance. That would be a guest violation and an owner violation, because the local responsible person is an owner required thing. We are adding improved safety during disaster response. One thing we learned during Vero is that we had some owners that were still trying to rent their houses when we couldn't even turn our lights on and barely could flush our toilets. So we're treating disaster and hurricane, mandatory evacuations and disaster as no rent times. And then we're going to reduce resilience or reliance on prosecutors and court outcomes where the cases can be delayed or dismissed. And we'll kind of go over some of that too. But this ordinance is a product of a lot of work. Review of our own experiences under the 2025-03 in comparison with other Texas coastal cities. It aligns with state law, case decisions, and it's stricter where it needs to be, clearer where the old ordinance was vague, and more realistic for a small city staff to administer. It includes meaningful due processes, which were lacking in the other one, such as you can't be suspended without a public hearing, and even after that, you still have a right to a judicial review. I think this is the next step in our community to have a strong defense and a workable STR ordinance. So that being said, I put together this little packet that we can run through, and we're kind of just going to start out. We're going to have clear, consistent enforcement structure, and I say we're going to have, just I don't know why, but we're discussing this. Guest conduct is enforced through criminal citation issued by peace officers, just as it is now, and the violation happens at that citation, not at the end of a court case. In fact, it doesn't even matter what the court does after the citation with regard to this ordinance. Owner-operator violations, they follow administrative enforcement, which is allowed through Texas. I got the code. We're going to talk about the code later. And life safety violations and disaster-related violations are treated as serious, immediately grounds for administrative action. This is a hybrid model. It mirrors Galveston, Port Aransas, El Padre, Corpus Christi, Fredericksburg, and others. So we're going to talk a little about this pre-suspension hearing. No STR registration can be suspended unless the owner receives a written notice and a public hearing is held before City Council. And a lot of this actually touches to Ms. Spearing's points. You know, we didn't. There wasn't a good thing in the packet to compare them, but I'm actually very disappointed that the streaming isn't working because I'm hoping we can answer a lot of those questions with this.
Yeah, I'm recording it,
Okay.
and then once the meeting's over, I'm gonna upload the recording, yeah, and put it on Facebook, and then we'll put it on our website.
Okay.
So we got my iPad running as long as the battery's good, which it should be. We're all
I'll
right.
talk fast. The pre-suspension hearing ensures transparency, due process, consistent decision-making, and reduces legal risk with the stronger enforcement. At the hearing, council may uphold, reduce, or dismiss the suspension based on evidence, and this is the same enforcement method used in most Texas ordinance. It aligns with the authority granted under Texas Local Government Code Chapters 51 and 54. The verified violation system remains strong and clear. A guest citation equals a verified violation. There's a strict liability there, but not within a system that includes, now it is within a system that includes notice. Like the chief said, this new ordinance, if adopted, requires a notice to the owner of the STR. It doesn't include any details of what happened. It just says a citation was issued against your house, and then they can call the city and ask, either come to the city or through public information request. The city will keep a strike log that has everything that's happening, and anyone can request it, but we don't want to put it on the website because it could, you know, people could look on there and be like, oh, they got two, we're gonna go get them now. So that's another thing. Owner calls violations count only if they're not cured within the 10-day window, except for serious safety and disaster violations, which have no cure period. Multiple violations arising from the same incident count only as one strike. So even if police give 3 or 4 citations in a 24-hour period at a house for multiple things, that's still only counting as one strike against the house. Again, to protect responsible owners who might have let a bad renter slip by. We don't want to lose in their house for 6 months. Let's see. Owner transparency and notification. Owners now receive administrative notice of any guest caused verified violation. This gives the owner the ability to improve guest screening. And this was actually a request by one of the owners, is that if they get it, if they don't know anything's happening, they can't fix it. If they have a bad renter and we tell them, they may give them a bad review, which hurts their ability to rent other houses. And it also, you know, it helps them tighten up their business. So this gives the owner the ability to improve guest screening, intervene early to prevent repeat behavior. So if you've booked somebody for 5 days and they get a violation on one day, then you can say, look, you guys, if you get another one, you're gonna ruin my business, so they can do whatever they gotta do. It can also let them keep a list so they don't rebook the same people year after year who like their house and won't have a loud party. The city is only gonna provide administrative status of the violation, not a criminal case details. This ordinance has a strong protection for our neighborhoods. It maintains and strengthens the occupancy requirement. We will still hold on to the 2 persons per qualified bedroom plus 4 additional people, or compliant living area square footage divided by 150 rounded up, and that was a whichever is less scenario. But this ordinance does add a max occupancy cap of 12 people. And that's not saying we're driving around and looking to make sure there's not more 12 people at a house or sleeping there. It's saying you can't advertise any house over 12 people. FEMA compliant living area requirements, that's already in our ordinance. Quiet hours and noise rules enforced through the noise ordinance, that's in our current ordinance. Parking trash and safety standards is in our current one. This will incorporate the light nuisance as a owner violation. I know we get quite a few complaints about some houses are just blaring lights everywhere. So the light nuisance ordinance will affect residents and STR owners the same. So if you get a violation against that, then you'll have a 10-day cure period, but if you don't fix it, then the violation will stand. We have mandatory evacuation rules. STRs may not operate during hurricane evacuations. They must vacate when emergency orders are issued. If a disaster declaration rules, they can't book, and no continued occupancy if there's any of that going on. Violations of this emergency-related part are grounds for immediate administrative action and potential suspension, which still has to go before the council. And then one of the big things we're adding to this is local responsible person. It's already a requirement in our ordinance, but this ordinance tightens it up in that they must arrive on site in 1 hour and fully resolve the situation in 4 hours. Though when we get to this in the ordinance, I would probably suggest we bump that to 2 hours to match what Galveston has. So we can talk about that later. This has improved legal defensibility, integrates notice and hearings which equal due process, which our current ordinance is lacking. And probably if we went to suspend somebody right now, it would bite us big time. It uses a hybrid administrative model supported by Texas Government Codes 51 and 54. It aligns with enforcement methods in cities across Texas. It includes a clear appeal path to municipal or district court, corrects murky or vague procedures from Ordinance 2025-03, treats STR operations consistently as commercial lodging use, protecting the city's regulatory authority, and avoids legal pitfalls seen in other cities that suspend registrations without hearings. These create a far more defensible ordinance. It also maintains strong neighborhood protections while ensuring responsible owners are treated fairly. Enforcement is objective, consistent, and predictable. Consequences match the severity of the violation. Safety threats receive immediate attention. City staff has a clear roadmap for enforcement, which now they kind of don't because they're having to play lawyer in the middle of trying to write this other stuff, as Pam well knows. STR registrations cannot be suspended without a hearing, ensuring owners always have a chance to be heard before council, as supported by Texas law. On the next page, I have created a list of other cities and how we compare to them if we adopt this new ordinance. You'll see our registration fee is pretty in line with a lot of them. The LRP response time, that is a comparison of the response times that the local responsible person has to have. As you see, almost exclusively it's 1 hour. Most of them have to resolve within 2 hours. Galveston doesn't, so that's why I would recommend we might make that change. Some you have to respond and resolve in 1 hour, some you have to respond and immediately resolve, but I think the 2 hour thing is kind of right down the middle. You'll see where it says violation type, that is just showing you that all of these cities are just doing violations with no convictions. They're not doing convictions. Occupancy, this is just kind of a comparison of that. A lot of cities in Texas do 2+2 or 2+4. Here we do 2+4 with the kicker of the max qualified bedroom square footage divided by 150. But then if you look over to the right, violations for non-responsive local responsive person. This is something that's new to the new ordinance. This is just showing that it's very standard across Texas that if the local responsible person doesn't show up and fix it, then it counts as a violation. And like Chief said, he's going to the house, he's giving the citation, but after that happens, he's allowing the owner to fix the problem so he doesn't have to go in and arrest everybody. So it's a pretty strong system, and owners should and want a very responsible local responsible person. So that job becomes very important, and I think owners will make sure that that person is doing a good job so that it keeps them out of trouble. And then below that are cities. This is not a comprehensive list, this is just what I found very quickly. Cities with 12 max occupancy limits. So you can see our suggested new ordinance of a 12-person max is not unreasonable, nor is it uncommon. Okay, on the next page, we're going to run through a few real-world scenarios as they would be applied to this ordinance. So, scenario 1, the guest receives a noise citation at 12:45 a.m. I'm just going to read through these as fast as I can, but I think it's important to know how this ordinance works. But police respond to a loud noise complaint, issue a criminal citation to a guest. How the ordinance handles it. The citation equals a median verified violation. Remember, it happens at the citation level, not at the court level. There's no cure period for violations of this type. The municipal court outcome does not affect the strike, and this will count as one strike towards a 3-strike suspension threshold. Violations happen at the citation level, not the court level. Scenario 2, the local responsible person fails to arrive within required time. Police contact the local responsible party due to parking obstructions and guest disturbances. They fail to arrive within 1 hour and fail to correct the issue within 4 hours. The local responsible person failure equals an immediate verified violation. There's no cure period on that one either. They're either doing what they're supposed to or they're not. But now it is a enforceable, clear, and meaningful process, and I think just having that will help eliminate a lot of problems as well. Or at least if there is a problem, it will take care of it quickly. This is more of an administrative one here. If an owner misses the deadline for a quarterly hot report by more than 60 days, and remember, the deadline, there is a deadline. So this is if you're 60 days late after that deadline. This isn't you were 1 day late. This is you're 2 months and you're not doing what you're supposed to do, which is clearly a problem based off Pam's research. But the STR registration automatically expires. There's no hearing required. So how this is different is you're not being suspended. Your registration is expiring. A suspension is a length of time. You're suspended for 90 days or something like that. This is you're behind 60 days. Your registration is now expired. You can get it back the second you get up to date. So if you do it the next day, boom, you're back in. Unfortunately, if you do it the next day or anytime, you are going to have to pay for the registration fee again. So in order to resume the STR operations in this scenario, they must file all their hot reports, pay all delinquent taxes and interest and penalties, which I don't think it's not discussed in here. I don't know if that's on the state side or just something we don't even do. Okay. And then submit a new STR application fee. No hearing occurs unless this violation kicks you over to 3 strikes. And then in that case, you would get the administrative hearing. Scenario 4, owner advertises Sleep 16 on Facebook or a private website. City finds the listing advertising occupancy above the approved maximum or above the absolute maximum of 12. And this also will apply to, we have some groups here that they know how our system works. So on Airbnb and VRBO, they'll match the existing occupancy, but on their own website, it's like 10 times more than it's supposed to be because they know that our crawlers aren't going over that. So this would handle that as well. First advertising violation, after your initial registration, you get a one-time 10-day cure period. So this ordinance gives every single owner a one-time, no matter how long, cure period to make that one mistake. Because it can happen. Maybe you got your paperwork filled out wrong, maybe something happens. But after that, if you're called out once, you don't get a strike. But if you keep doing it, then you're getting a strike every single time after that. No hearing has to occur unless it's 3 strikes, in which that case the hearing would happen for a suspension. Scenario 5, this is another one that staff asked for a lot of help on because we have a lot of pools and a lot of very dangerous stuff going on in some of these houses that people are refusing to fix, even though they've been told by the code enforcement many times to fix it. So in this scenario, which is very common, the pool barrier is missing or broken or not functioning. This is always an imminent safety concern. In the ordinance, Mr. Harris had a good point. The old ordinance had a lot of just words like imminent safety, but it didn't define what they were, and that could lead to, the city can do whatever they want. So we've defined all those things very closely and very tightly in here. So a pool barrier is defined as an imminent safety concern for obvious reasons. How the ordinance handles it. Pool barriers are explicitly listed as an imminent safety concern. This results in an immediate verified violation. The city may impose immediate suspension of STR operations, but again, the city council hearing is required before that can happen. The STR may not operate while the suspension is in effect and the hazard must be corrected. Pool barrier problems are handled outside of the 3-strike system because they pose immediate life safety risks. But again, in this one, it still requires that hearing. So you can't ever really take anybody's thing away without hearing, other than the hot tax. Scenario 6, owner continues renting after city council ordered suspension. After 6 months of suspension is imposed, the owner continues renting through private channels or direct booking. Each rental day is an immediate verified violation. Each day may also incur a penalty of $500 a day, up to $5,000. The owner may receive a criminal citation if they still don't stop. We've had people doing this, they're just, we don't care. And then they go on Airbnb and they put in a different email and a different name and they put it back up there. City gets it taken down, they change the name, get it put back up there, and we have to chase them all over the place. I say we, I mean Pam. The owner can receive actual criminal citation for operating without a valid registration. And the city, if it gets to it, may seek injunctive relief in a district court. And from my research, that rarely happens. It seems like getting tons of fines kind of nips it in the bud there. But continued violations after reinstatement can lead to permanent revocation. Legal operation becomes financially and legally unstable is the key takeaway. You guys are being very patient. We have just a couple more. Scenario 7, multiple guest issues in a single night. And this just kind of touches on the one violation, one night thing. But guest cause noise, block a driveway, leave trash scattered, all within the same 24-hour period. All guest cause citation issued within 24 hours only equals 1 strike. The owner caused or safety violations arising separately may count as an additional strike. So the max you could get is 2. And that's kind of just basically saying that if this happens and then police call the local responsible person and they don't come, that's where you would get an owner violation as well, and you could get up to 2. And this is firm, but it does prevent stacking multiple strikes from a single event. Number 8, owner advertises without a registration number. STR listing appears online without displaying its required STR registration number. That's an administrative fine. The city issues written notice and a 10-day cure period. If it's corrected, no strike. If it's not corrected or repeated later, another time, the immediate verification, it's an immediate violation. So no hearing occurs again unless it's the 3 strikes. This is transparent. Consistent advertising is required across all platforms. Scenario 9, 3 violations required within 12 months. Normal pathway to suspension. An owner accumulates 3 verified violations in any 12-month period. The city administrator will issue a notice of pending suspension. A public hearing before city council is scheduled. It's typically with 10 days notice to the next meeting, however that falls. Council may impose a 6-month suspension, modify it, or overturn it. Due process is provided at the point where a significant penalty, the suspension, is imposed, not for every individual violation. Let's see here. Scenario 10, I think this is the last one. Renting during a hurricane evacuation or disaster declaration. Galveston County governor or the mayor issues a mandatory evacuation order, local state disaster declaration for hurricanes, tropical storm, flooding, or other emergencies. Despite this, an STR owner either allows guests to remain in the property, accepts new bookings, or continues operating during the evacuation or disaster period. The ordinance handles this by renting or allowing guests to remain during a mandatory evacuation is a strict violation. This triggers an immediate verified violation with no cure period. The city may impose immediate suspension of the STR registration. Hearing is required. Obviously, each day the property remains occupied during this evacuation disaster may be treated as a separate violation. Administrative penalties of up to $500 a day may also apply. If the owner continues renting after suspension, additional verified violations, criminal citations, and potential court injunctions may follow. I looked at a lot of coastal STR ordinances, and a lot of them have some version of this. It's a unique problem along the coast that doesn't exist in a lot of Texas cities. The key takeaway here is renting during a mandatory evacuation or disaster period is one of the most serious violations in the ordinance. Immediate suspension is authorized to protect life safety and assure emergency access. There is specific language in the actual ordinance itself also that does allow STR owners, if they would like to rent their home for longer than short-term rental, so I guess like over 30 days. I know during Beryl we actually had some great STR owners that were offering their houses up to people that couldn't get back in their houses, so we didn't want to prevent anything like that. So, you know, this is kind of, the goal of this is to stop disaster tourism or whatever they call it. but not stop good-hearted STR owners from actually helping out the community. Okay, we got one sheet left, guys, before we actually start talking about the 15 pages of the ordinance. So this is kind of a frequently asked questions sheet that I was kind of thinking of what might be some of the most questions asked, but why is the city updating the short-term rental ordinance? The original STR ordinance 20-3 contained unclear language and enforcement procedures that made it difficult for both owners and the city to apply consistently. Since then, several Texas coastal cities, including Galveston, have updated their STR rules with proven best practices. The ordinance provides clearer rules, stronger neighborhood protections, and better due process for owners. Does this ordinance ban short-term rentals? No. It regulates them, sets standards for them, but it does not ban them. Number 3, what are the main goals of this ordinance? Protect neighborhood peace and safety, reduce noise, trash, parking, and overcrowding issues, ensure STRs follow the same disaster and safety rules as hotels, create a fair, consistent enforcement system, provide due process and fair hearings for owners, and improve transparency for guest owners and neighborhoods. Some of this is a little repetitive, I guess, but how does enforcement work now? This, and by now I mean if this gets adopted, this ordinance uses a hybrid system. Guest behavior is handled through criminal citations by law enforcement, and owner-operator responsibilities are handled through administrative enforcement. A lot of those do have cure periods, and it is defined in the ordinance which do and which don't. The system is widely used across Texas and is held up legally in other coastal cities. What is a verified violation? A violation is either a criminal citation issued to a guest, or an owner-caused violation that was not fixed within the cure period, or any serious violation that the ordinance lists as having no cure period. Example, false registration number, safety hazard, and failing to respond. And the false registration number, just to touch on that for a minute, is in the ordinance it actually says knowingly using a false registration number, because staff was telling us that we have people that are just making up numbers and then getting on the platform. So it's not like, this doesn't include fat fingering it in an application or an honest mistake. 3 verified violations in 12 months may lead to a suspension, but only after the public hearing. How does the suspension process work? A registration cannot be suspended automatically, which, again, in the current ordinance, I think it kinda, it's unclear, but I think that's what the current ordinance is saying, and I don't believe that to be a very good place to be right now. The registration cannot be suspended automatically. Before any suspension takes effect, city administrator sends written notice to the owner. Public hearing is held before the council. The owner may present evidence, witnesses, and mitigating circumstances, and the council decides whether to suspend, reduce, or dismiss the action. And then the owner still may appeal that final decision to a court. Will owners be notified when something happens at their STR? Yes. If a verified violation is recorded based on guest conduct, the city will send an administrative notice to the owner. This notice helps owners identify problem guests, does not provide details on the criminal case, does not interfere with law enforcement, is for administrative awareness only, and this helps responsible owners stay informed and proactive. I think one thing we should discuss is in the ordinance we need to clear up how they're getting it. Is it coming from you or the police, or is it going to come from the city? We can talk about that later. But what if bad guest cause a problem when I'm not there? Under the ordinance, owners are responsible for ensuring guest compliance, but the city recognizes that owners cannot monitor guests 24/7. This is why the ordinance requires the local responsible party, reachable 24/7, who can be on site within an hour and take correction within 4 hours. And then the occupancy limit, it's based on what it is now: qualified bedrooms, FEMA compliant living space, and it's still the 2+4 or square footage divided by 150, but with the addition of an absolute 12-person max. Number 10, can STRs stay open during hurricane? No. 11, do STRs still need to report occupancy tax? Yes. Quarterly reports are required even if no tax is due, and even if all bookings were through platforms that remit tax automatically. Failure to file or pay may result in the expiration of the STR registration and verified violations. Does the ordinance want to shut down STRs? No, this ordinance focuses on stopping chronic problem properties, protecting neighbors, giving responsible operators a clear path to stay in good standing, ensure safety and compliance. How can owners stay in compliance, respond quickly to issues, screen guests carefully, post clear rules in the house, avoid misleading advertising, keep taxes paid and reported, maintain safety equipment, and meet FEMA requirements. Stay informed through city communications. And then finally, where can you find this ordinance? Right now, you can find it in this packet up at City Hall or on the website. To that, I guess we could go open the ordinance. Anybody need a stretch?
Very good.
Yeah, thank you for all
Thank
your
you.
work.
Very good, Brandon.
Thank you.
So we're gonna discuss this. I've got a lot of questions that I need answered. Are we going to wait until the end of this document to do that, or what's our plan here? Because this is a discussion, not a presentation, right?
Correct. The presentation part is over.
Okay.
And we're not taking action, we're just
Right,
discussing.
we're just discussing. So, you wanna go,
What's your next step? So you got this presentation, now you're going line by line, or what are we in for here?
Well, we can certainly go down the ordinance and then maybe anyone stops if they have a question, or we could just add questions and jump around. It might be more manageable just to start at the top of the.
yeah, let's start at the top, and so we're thorough, and if we got questions, we can do them at that time, and then continue instead of flipping through all the pages.
Okay, so, page 1 is the whereas statements. These are just basically telling why we're doing this, what the point of it is, different kind of justifications for it, what applicable laws are used to create it, and things like that. So do we have any questions on those?
Do we have a copy that they follow along or no?
Do you have a copy of the
Copy
ordinance?
of the
you can put up
ordinance
there?
that you can, so the audience can follow
Do
along?
you have it?
No? It's in the packet.
Want to make a couple quick copies?
You can email it to you if you want.
I can do it right now.
And I have it, it's gonna pull it up.
Yay. Isn't that easier, so
I
y'all know what's being
know,
talked
look at
about? I think that's easier for everybody to
I have
hear.
to disconnect, cause last time other emails, it's all, oh!
Okay, so it's page 1, whereas statements.
Do y'all want me to reduce the size so you can see more at once, or is that size fine? Okay.
Okay, on page 2, section 1, it just is a preamble that says this is an ordinance we're discussing. Section 2 says, ordinance 2025-3 and all amendments thereunto are hereby repealed in their entirety. Again, this is the language of writing an ordinance, it doesn't mean it's happened, so. And then section 3 is where we kind of get into some stuff. These are the definitions of words and terms used in the ordinance. So, do you want me to read them all out? We just kind of want to scroll down and look at them and see if there's nothing too crazy in here other than the hotel occupancy tax report that we've been discussing is defined pretty clearly here. It's a quarterly report required by the city for each short-term rental registration number, even if the amount of tax due is 0. Owner shall use one of the following report types. 0 earning hot report, used when the property has no bookings or gross rental during the reporting period. An Airbnb VRBO earning only. No additional hot due report, which when all bookings for the reporting period were made exclusively through Airbnb and VRBO on or after November 1st, 2024. That's when we decided that they were gonna everything was gonna come from them, and the property is not operated by an integrated property manager. And then number 3 is just a full-on tax report for if you're kind of booking your own stuff and paying your own taxes, it looks like.
So in A, absolute maximum occupancy, 12, no more than 12 persons, so if it's a 5-bedroom, right, so that's 10 occupants plus 4, that's
Yes.
14.
Correct.
So you're saying that this supersedes that,
Correct.
and
This-
is
Yeah,
that,
when we get down to occupancy, it is a little bit more clear, but yeah, what your premise is correct. You can, it's, the existing thing counts all the way up until it gets to 12, in which case the 12 takes over as the house.
and that's
standard.
explained,
Yes.
okay.
And
Just
for
wanna
the
make
record,
sure that
that's
it-
only 7% of the STR registrants,
Mhm.
based on what Pam gave us. Thank you.
7% of the registrants, but it's a lot of percentage of the complaints.
Right.
Let's see, local responsible party, this, we talked about it, but it does define that, that they have to reside or have an office within Galveston County. You can't have a local responsible person that lives in Baytown, you know, it just doesn't make any sense.
And it can't be a cleaning crew,
Yeah.
I had that.
One thing that I had a note actually later on when we talk about the local responsible party, but Galveston and a lot of other cities have language in there that says they have to be authorized to make decisions when they get to the house. So they can kick people out or they can do whatever. But I think we need to add that language as well. Because you're right, some of them were sending a cleaning crew and can't do it. I was responding in name only. Aaron K is the max occupancy, and it kind of defines it a little more clearly, where it goes over what we currently have, and then it says, in no event shall the maximum occupancy exceed the absolute maximum occupancy of 12 persons established in section 1.3.
Perfect, thank you.
Qualified bedroom is another one. It doesn't really change much either. It's basically saying that it's a FEMA compliant space, defined as an elevated area above base flood elevation per the FEMA National Flood Insurance Program standards. Bedrooms not included within the compliant living area square footage are not qualified bedrooms, and that was the in Pam's presentation. I believe over 70 homes are not compliant in that regard.
So in plain language, that's ground floor bedrooms, correct?
Correct.
A living space.
Yes.
Is that what that means?
I know.
Okay, what's a qualified bedroom?
I'm not sure what you said, Brandon, about 70.
Look at,
Oh, I was talking about your presentation. You said currently after multiple warnings, 70 plus listings exceed the approved bedroom count.
Well, that's just that's just somebody is approved for 3 bedrooms, but they're advertising 5.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood.
Back to operator, it says the owner or the owner's authorized representative. Could that go back to them also having the integrated property manager? Would that be considered a representative?
The integrated property manager is typically the person that's,
So,
I just wondered what the authorized representative means.
so Robin, are you an integrated property manager? Yeah. Okay, so what you might be, so what my understanding of an integrated property manager is, you know, they use a software that brings in Airbnb and VRBO all into one platform, and in some cases, those people actually have their own credit card, you know, they accept a credit card and they make payments and they get the money. I put for Airbnb and VRBO, if you're not an integrated property manager, and somebody books your property, they pay Airbnb or VRBO a year in advance, and it sits on their books for a year or however long, and then when the person actually stays, then Airbnb and VRBO sends the money to the owner. But in the case of an integrated property manager, they can take the money, and they have it the whole time, and then they, and so they pay a fee to Airbnb and VRBO, but they don't pay for the processing, the credit card processing and some of the fees. So if you're a big time operator, that's the way to go. My understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, yeah, so.
Seems like this is mostly related to
Money.
the money and the
Yeah.
hot tax, though, more so than responding to.
Yes,
Right. Yeah, it's a money thing.
It's more, that's exactly right. And it's, yeah, so and I think Airbnb, doesn't allow integrated property managers, but VRBO does. One of them does, and so if you use that one, you can't, you can opt out of the automatic collection and remittance.
Yeah, this definition was added to strengthen the hot tax and hot tax reporting collection.
Okay. I just didn't know, like, the owner, the authorized representative, is the authorized representative that's gonna be in compliance that's responsible for compliance with ordinance, would they be listed somewhere like on the registration?
Yeah, the
If it's-
owner is.
Right,
No, the
but
operator.
but the operator, like the authorized
Okay,
representative.
so every short-term rental registration has to have a homeowner, they have to have a property manager,
Okay.
they have to have a local contact.
And that
all
falls,
that.
okay.
Sometimes, people are, like, if you're an owner, you can play all three roles. Or you could just be the homeowner and you've got a property manager and a local contact. So it's up to the owner what they wanna do.
I was just defining what the operator, so that answers my question.
So would a, property manager, I mean, realistically, they have people who would come out in the middle of the night if someone's called? Like, say if you have your property with sand and sea or whatever, they will, because, I mean, didn't they have the issue around Cabeza where nobody came out?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know if they have,
Most of the, like San and Sea and all them have one of their, employees on duty, for that weekend, and they, when we used to have our security company and,
cause I mean,
do short-term rentals, we were the security for it. We'd call them if there was an issue and it was egregious. We would call, the property manager out, they would come out, and they were the ones who had were able to, at that point, shut it down, kick them out.
And this ordinance kind of puts the onus of that person on the owner, no matter what. So whoever they hire to be responsible for it, the owner is ultimately responsible through the verified violation if they don't do their task correctly. And so, if the owner's going through a property management company and they are hiring a local responsible person, but that responsible person isn't going, the owner's going to get mad at the property manager because they're not fulfilling the duty they hired them for, and they might find another way.
But it's a violation to the owner.
Yes, correct. I have a possible change to discuss on T and U, which is the short-term rental operation fee and the application fee. And looking at it, so this is how our current ordinance is kind of written, but I looked at a lot of other cities and they don't actually put the fee dollar amount specifically in the ordinance. Because that way, if you ever have to change the fee for any reason, you have to reopen the ordinance with notice, discussion, a whole other meeting later to vote on it. Most cities put some kind of language in there that just says fee per city fee schedule, and they keep that posted publicly on the website. And then if you ever have to adjust the fee, it's just done through a city council meeting and a declaration and vote to do it. You don't have to change the ordinance.
I like that.
yes, I like that too.
The suspension of registration number and verified violation, I talked about that a lot earlier. This just clearly defines that. How it's basically this kind of shores up the hybrid system about how guest violations are done, owner violations are done, things like that.
Brandy, I have a question on,
Yes.
so today, like, there's a maximum occupancy, then there has to be a citation written. But in this new world, it's just gonna be,
Just comes straight from the city.
It's just gonna be either an email or a letter or
Yeah,
whatever.
so
Just-
the beauty of this is you can basically create form letters for all the violations that are administrative, and when someone gets it, it just goes out, and that's like, you've got a violation. Now, there is a component to this where the violation also comes with site money, you pay, what's that called? Fine. Thank you. And that's in here as well, where, you know, if you're violating these, you can get a fine as well.
With the fine,
It's an administrative fine, still comes from the city.
there's no.
Yeah, you never have to
Somewhere else
create a court packet again, except for if it goes to administrative hearing. So you're not creating a court packet for every violation, it would just be one kind of packet, but not to the extent you're doing now for the hearing, which just shows the
Prepping
violations, yeah.
your
These are the
evidence.
violations, this was the evidence for it. And then that's not even a trial, we'll define that later too, it's more of a, did the city document it right? Is there any extenuating circumstances the owners wanna go through, and then council hears that, and
Right.
it's a 30-minute limit max hearing. And you don't, sometimes the city can send their lawyer, but it's not required. Okay. Article 3 is where we get into the registration and application stuff. These are all the things that have to be filled out on the application.
Is there anything in here that talks about, after the suspension or during the suspension period, that,
Yes, I think it's all in Article 5. But if you look at A, 5 and 6, I think the same comment about just putting city fee applies there as well.
Yep.
One change we're adding is number 17, which is the current certificate of occupancy. One problem that we're having is people are building homes and already renting them before they get built. So there's no way for the city to verify anything about it. So this says you have to have a certificate of occupancy, although I have a suggested change for this as well, in that the certificate of occupancy should only be required to new construction and permit renovations after January 1st, I think, because I don't think I have a certificate of occupancy on my house, so you shouldn't, I don't think anyone that doesn't have that and didn't need it ever before should have to come up with it.
No.
I think it should just be, if you're building a house right now, per this new ordinance, we need to see that.
Right, because there was one advertised on Jamaica Inn that was all virtual. It wasn't even complete yet. Because I looked at it, I said, I don't recognize that house. I mean, and I actually drove around and saw it, and then, yeah, it was not completed, so they had virtual and virtual furniture and virtual. I said, boy, they're gonna be disappointed when they drive out and see what they're really getting.
They're renting a
It looked
virtual
really great,
rendition
you
of a
know?
home.
But that's what this is about.
Well, and we had somebody that wanted to, you know, they're building a house, they think it's gonna be done in May, so they wanted to start advertising it now for next summer.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, there's no guarantee it's gonna be there. Be done, so.
Okay. Did you say 17 was changing, or?
Yeah, I
To
think
new
we should,
construction?
to the new construction stuff, and I have all the legal language for it, but it's pretty boring. But if we agree on the change, I can plug it in for the next meeting.
Yeah.
D, 18D, annual operation fee of $250, again, I think we should put the city fee in there. And J, same thing. Got the actual dollar amounts in there. Article 4 is rental operation requirements. So this is kind of getting into the bones of how they have to operate. And when we get to Article 5, it's kind of the regulate or the enforcement stuff. But this basically tells A is what they have to have on their certificate that they post for all guests. Most of this is unchanged from the current ordinance. Now, if you go down to B, the owner shall operate a short-term rental in compliance with the following. the first two straight off the current ordinance, but 3 is where we talk about the local responsible party shall arrive on site within 1 hour of being contacted by the city or law enforcement, shall take corrective action to resolve the issue within 4 hours of initial contact. Failure to meet either deadline shall constitute a single immediate verified violation with no cure. There's 2 things about this. One, this language is almost directly from the new Galveston ordinance. And 2, I think we should switch that 4 hours to 2 hours. And that reason is because 1, if somebody's having a party at midnight, then they get till 4 a.m. to fix it. And 2, if Galveston has 2 hours and we have 4 hours, and the same management company is managing both of those, they're gonna go take care of the Galveston problem first before they come to Jamaica Beach. And I don't think we wanna be second fiddle.
So 2.
Yeah, I was wondering about that too, because in your example, you said 4.
Yeah, I had originally put 4 and then changed it to 2 and then sent it out with 4 in. But it's good that we talked about it because maybe people will not have 4.
On number 4, just the way that it reads, can we just say it must comply with the current light ordinance?
Yes, except we don't have a light ordinance, do we?
Yeah, it's an
This
old
is-
one.
So I copied this language from our old ordinance that had our STR ordinance that had the noise ordinance before we wrote the noise ordinance, where it said must comply with the city noise ordinance as amended from time to time. Because if we put in current would probably be fine. But if we put in the exact number of this
Yeah,
one,
no,
change it up.
no,
Or
that would be a
most,
nightmare.
most recent
Yeah,
Yeah.
ordinance, or most updated, recently updated, something like that.
because then it almost gives you a choice if you just say as amended time to time, which one am I going with,
Which-
so current.
Which does remind me, I need to follow up with our attorney on that, because they were putting one together for us.
You better hurry up or I'm gonna write it.
When you're on a roll.
Goddamn. And then,
Dude, we're getting it for free from.
I-
How much
I
does the
haven't done
attorney
it.
charge? We gotta look at the.
and then the second note for this same one is that the local contact person must be authorized to make decisions regarding the premises and its occupants. Otherwise, we don't want, again, the cleaning crew example is fantastic. We gotta be able to do something there.
We never called the cleaning crew like in the middle of the night, but one time I called them because I couldn't get somebody else. And they said, oh, I'm the cleaning crew. And they, you know.
Number 6 is new. This is probably a very good discussion point on, it said guest shall securely bag all trash daily and place it in approved containers. Overflowing trash, loose trash, and trash placed outside of approved containers shall constitute a nuisance violation. The owner or operator is responsible for ensuring that adequate containers are provided and that trash is removed at a frequency sufficient to prevent overflow or nuisance conditions. Our current ordinance doesn't include trash, and I don't want this to get into the white trash bag argument, but I do think that one of the main problems is, at least on one on my street, is just piled trash
The amount of
everywhere.
trash, yeah.
So this would just mean that if they've got 3 cans, only 3 cans worth of trash, any trash beyond that, they need to pack it out themselves, or their property managers come over and pick it up, or, and I've actually seen property managers doing that
Yeah, I've seen
around
that
there.
too.
But, you know, they don't all have managers, so that's pretty clear, I think, we don't have to deal with white trash bags.
Number 7, this is a lot of new language here about 7, 8, and 9 are all about renting during hurricanes or disaster declarations. And it's basically what I said before. If you want me to reread it, I can. But basically, you can't rent during hurricane or disaster declaration or a mandatory evacuation. And not only cannot rent, but you have to cancel. And I think that would help the owners some too, maybe, because I know that some of them during barrel renters were super mad if the owners tried to cancel it, and now they can say, well, the city requires us to do it. And so they don't have to listen to it from the owner.
Also, though, we need to have, I guess this is a city thing, but if we run into a situation like last time with Beryl where they're telling us, you know, don't flush your toilets, yet renters are showing up in every rental house around me with piles of laundry and all.
Right.
So maybe somebody in the city doesn't determine, say, hey, we're still in a disaster, make some kind of official determination here.
This says it has to be the county, the governor, or the mayor.
So the mayor needs to do that.
Yeah, that's-
If we ran into a sewage problem like last time, Mary.
Yeah,
You'd have to say, you know, we're
Right.
off limits right now, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Please don't do laundry.
And if the homes are damaged, what's the recourse there for preventing rental while the place is falling apart?
True, it doesn't touch that, but it would follow, we do have
Cause I
it
wouldn't
here.
want them to be allowed to then, right
Yeah, this
after
has
the,
pretty
it's
clear
lifted
language
to go in.
about, code violations and safety issues, we're gonna get to later, so I think if you don't have stairs or you don't have windows, you kinda got a code violation. Or it also just says immediate threat, which we can go back up, it's defined in the, definitions, so if we need to add something like that.
Yeah, and then also too, during a disaster, if we have to call out debris and debris monitoring, the debris monitoring company takes pictures of everything, because that information, along with the tickets for the trucks that remove the debris,
Right.
goes to FEMA. It also goes, I mean, of course, we get copies of all of that. So after the city gets opened up again, then staff will come, more than likely myself and Public Works first will come in here and document as much as we can, and then hold that for us, but the debris monitoring companies will do the same as well.
And if the stairs are gone, it takes care of itself.
Yeah.
If there's a power line laying across
Yeah,
the house,
sure.
it's a different story, so I don't want. people
Exposed
tampering.
wiring is actually specifically listed under immediate, threats.
Danger,
Okay.
How do we manage though about knowing if there's new bookings or not, especially when you're trying to recover yourself?
Well, if there's still,
You know, how does that get managed? How do you
Well-
know that people are booking or?
I don't know if we know, but I know that one thing we could do is prior to, because we have all their contact information, and we can send a mass email prior. If we know something's coming, hey, here's a reminder of the ordinance, make sure this occurs, and we'll be following up.
That's
violations.
a
will
good
be-
idea, yeah, because I'm thinking we're gonna all be, if we are struck with that, everybody's trying to take cover or, you know, evacuate,
That's
but
when, yeah, you make contact with those people, the police
yeah,
can
that's a
say,
good idea.
be the owner, who are you?
And a big push for us right now that we're working on and trying to get better at is continual communication to the public on what's going on.
Should we
Even our,
put that communication in here, like the city will communicate with, is that necessary, or is that just
I
a,
wouldn't
is
wanna
that
lock
just a given?
ourselves into-
it would be
Something
something we
happened,
would do,
but-
because anytime something happens now, we post it out on social media as quick as possible. Even this meeting right now, we posted that we're recording it online. It's on the post right now on Facebook. That will be
We just need to
repost
make sure
the
it's
video,
not
so.
just on social media, we're doing emails.
Yeah,
and
email, Blackboard,
Yeah.
all, the whole
Right.
9 yards,
You
yes
could
ma'am.
just do the disaster declaration, that kind of umbrellas,
Yeah.
flow chart,
Yeah,
that should trigger those communications.
Right.
yeah, so,
That's a great idea.
so once a disaster declaration, once Mary puts it out, we'll
You
post
can
that
put
out to
like
everyone.
whereas STRs are not rented right now,
Yeah.
in your
Yeah.
disaster declaration.
Yeah, no, we can do that.
Good
And
idea.
also, one thing too is, this ordinance would allow, if renters show up, they're already violating this portion, then the local responsible person has the authority to tell them they have to leave.
Yes.
Which, you know, I'll be asleep in that office over there and then coming up in the morning and going out, so. We'll be here definitely, at least myself and Public Works for starters, but everybody also will be taking their laptops home and
Right.
working at that, so.
Part D on that one, I think it makes more sense to move it up into part A, just the way that my mind works, because that A was how it lined out your application looks.
Okay, so.
I think that is just totally my opinion.
4D to 4A.
Yeah, like adding that as number 10 in there or something, because it kind of goes hand in hand with where you put your registration number, what gets posted, and then D tells you how to keep that record.
Okay.
So that was just how my mind
I
worked.
agree, yeah, it's like instructional, that's it.
Do we wanna make D number 10?
What do
Or-
you think, Brandon?
Yeah, I have a problem with that. And plus, once we decide if we want to move forward with this at all, it's gotta go to legal, and they can read it and decide if something's out of place. So we can move it up to A, and then she's like, no, move that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right, kind of paperwork section. And really the point of this is if they get a citation and there is a or if there is a hearing or something, the city's gonna say, well, you gotta send me your document for what you're advertising to these people, and they have to have it to provide it. So that way it's just another. Is it egregious? Were they lying on it? Number 2, E2 talks about the suspensions. They get a 40-hour notice from the city that they have been selected for okay, so this is like after they get suspended. They have 48 hours to take down their phone listing, and if they don't, they can get another violation. And this kind of gets into that what someone asked about. What if they just won't take it down? Well, let's start piling them up pretty quick.
Thank you.
So these texts, you probably have to make template letters. Just have them on file.
Okay.
Number 5, E5, whatever, letter 1. This again talks about offering it again when they're suspended or don't have a registration number. And it specifically targets including it anywhere like Facebook, printed material, word of mouth.
Going back to C real quick, is that, should we put some language in there that we would prohibit photographing or advertising rooms that are below the base flood level?
Yeah, I thought that's in here somewhere, but
It's in definitions, I know that.
is that in the definitions?
Yeah. Cause it qualified bedrooms,
Yeah.
says that it's above the FEMA flood line.
Yeah, it does say that.
Is that advertising? I mean, this is advertising.
One of the things that I see is that somebody doesn't have approval to rent their downstairs out. And so the bedroom count is, like maybe the downstairs is 2 bedrooms, but it's not FEMA compliant.
Mhm.
Then they have 3 bedrooms upstairs, so they think they have a 5-bedroom house. They get
Right.
approved for 3. So they put 3 in their advertisement, for the search criteria. But then in their description, it says, oh, we've got 2 bedrooms downstairs.
Mhm.
Right,
We
and it
have-
shows
we
photos
have
of it
8,
as well, right?
we have, you put, like, we have 2 full bunk beds down there, so that's 8 people, So they describe the whole thing. That will be a violation. There's stuff in
Yeah.
here that says they can't do that. and
Yeah.
We'll give them a citation for that.
Cause they can only reference qualified bedrooms.
Yes.
And they
Thanks.
cannot
Yeah, that's
state.
what I was looking for.
Remember
We
by that.
have lots of people
Yeah.
doing that.
It wasn't explicit on C, so I wasn't sure of that.
Yeah, that's messing with our FEMA insurance.
Yes.
It doesn't hurt to reiterate in that one. That's an easy
Yeah.
add.
And, and I don't know whether we need to say, like, a king bed is 2 people, a queen bed is 2 people, full bed is 2 people. Because that's the other thing people do, is they start describing all these beds they have that can't be, they'll say this
Bedroom's a bedroom, right?
they'll say this bedroom has a king and a twin. This bedroom has, da 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 da. But when you add it all up, they're approved for 10, but you add all that up, it's like 18.
Sure.
It happens. I mean, I
Sure.
just saw
Oh,
it
sure.
this week.
Yeah.
That's a good
But
one.
that's covered in this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that, but I don't know whether we need to say, like, a king equals 2, a twin equals 1, it's common sense, but.
That's a good idea.
Well, but if you have a bachelorette or bachelor party, they don't all gonna sleep together in twin king beds.
Right.
So
Couches
maybe there
and
are, it's for 8 people, but there's separate beds, even if some are
Not that kind
double.
of party.
I just think it
I
might
don't
be
know how.
helpful for somebody, trying to
Yeah.
evaluate it, to have clear, how many are we gonna, if they start describing the beds, how many are we gonna count? And
But
it
it's
needs to-
per
it needs
bedroom
to-
is how
Yeah,
you
it's a
get to
bedroom,
that
not
a
count,
bed.
not the beds.
Well, but it's.
So it's, they're implicitly advertising for more people than what they are
Yeah.
approved for.
Yeah, but it says that it's
But
for the
bedroom's a
approved
bedroom.
immaculate.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you wanna put 3 in one room and 1 in the other, you're still at the 4, which is
Right.
allowed.
So I'm trying to hold them to whatever they're approved for.
Yeah, yeah.
But they could they say all kinds of stuff in the
Sure.
description. And if you're looking at houses, you can easily figure out, man, I can bring 18 people.
Yeah, and C kind of says, I think what you're asking, shall
Yeah.
not state, depict, or imply bed count, sleeping arrangements, or sleep's capacity that would accommodate more people than
Yeah.
allowed.
Mhm.
And with that. So that would cover that.
Yeah, cause the definition is bedrooms,
Yeah.
not beds.
So even in pictures,
The pictures
showing,
too.
Right.
pictures showing a bunch of bunk beds.
Yeah.
Pictures
So,
and
you
descriptions,
know,
that's all.
Some other, I would be counting those.
Yeah.
or-
Right, so we can add
All
pictures of
places.
beds.
It says photographs,
Oh, it does, okay.
bed configurations, photographs, and
I thought it
descriptions.
said it in here somewhere.
Don't they have air mattresses in some of them?
No.
Well, they have that too, they,
Yeah.
they'll even say that, like, we can blow up, 5 air mattresses or whatever, you know.
Yeah, the one that says we've got a bunch of mattresses in a
But if
closet
they're
and
bed,
spread them around on the floor.
Okay,
I mean,
well,
but if they're already advertising, I mean, they can't go beyond the 12. I mean,
But they're implying, like.
I know
some-
Yeah,
I know,
well-
but do we have, I mean, cause there are times
personal
when,
experience with that, with the
Yeah.
mattresses.
And if they got 8+4, you know, they're gonna
So the 4.
put them someplace.
right,
Like when people sometimes say, well, I'm not gonna have enough, whatever, because I've got a pull-out couch, whatever. It's not in the bedroom. I said, well, that's why we give you the +4, because
Yeah.
that's the
Right.
flex.
Yeah,
I think we're pretty covered.
I think it's
I
covered.
don't think we
Yeah.
should get into how many people can sleep in a given size bed.
Okay.
You got couples with
It
broken-
depends on how many dogs are involved,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the animal ordinance, then it gets
Exactly.
weird.
Well, I
It's already feeling weird.
No,
I'm just doing it based on what,
sure,
Yeah.
you're the one
Right.
that
No,
sees
that's
it, so, thank you, but I do think it reads what we're trying to cover.
Brandon, on E5, can we put that offering, because that's a really great definition. Could we add offering to the definitions? Because that's defining offering from the previous sentence, which I think is great.
You want to
And
define,
keep it there, but I think could we
Putting it
add
up in the
offering in the
definitions.
definitions?
which word is that?
In E5,
You have it quoted,
you says, you define, because the priest
Oh,
says each day
got
that
it.
such offering or advertisement remains, and then you describe what offering means.
Yes, great
I
catch.
think that's a definition.
agreed.
Proposition.
okay, so it's not just me, it's hot.
It's hot now.
It's
yeah.
hot, right?
Yeah,
It's like,
Things are heating
I
up.
can't take this thing off, so y'all.
Or maybe because we closed the doors too, but.
It was said a second before.
Steve left, so we're here again.
Sorry enough.
Thank you. And then F, do you wanna do the current sign ordinance also, how we worded that before?
Or most recent.
Or most
I
recent.
liked Gilbert's most recent.
What other legal ones?
Some research.
Oh, that's true.
I have to, you can carry on.
Now we're to Article 5, which is basically the enforcement of penalties portion. First one talks about 3 strikes. I think we've kind of covered that. They're basically violations now, not convictions.
Mhm.
You get 3 within a rolling 12-month period. You go to a hearing. The 1 incident equals 1 strike. That's new. But we've kind of covered that. If anyone wants to ask questions or wants me to read it, can. So number 2, the pre-suspension hearing. Since I've sent this, I've done quite a bit of research on hearing. Let me pull up the hearing section. This ordinance needs to define what happens at the hearing, so it's not just some crazy free-for-all. And I've gotten a lot of language from other ones, and basically what my recommendation is, and we can obviously discuss it, is nature of the proceeding. It's an informal administrative hearing, not a court trial. The purpose is to confirm whether the city's records show 3 or 5 violations in the last 12 months, and whether any good cause reason exists to reduce or dismiss the suspension. The presiding officer will be the mayor or mayor pro tem, in the mayor's absence, shall preside and may reasonably limit the time, scope, and manner of the presentation to prevent repetition, harassment, or delay. Each side shall have up to 15 minutes to present its case, including any questions. The presiding officer may grant additional time for good cause. Presentation by the city. And this is to kind of keep city staff from having to be lawyers in here. City staff should present a brief summary, written or oral, they don't even have to talk, of the verified violations and supporting record. They're not required to answer legal arguments or hypothetical questions. Presentation by the owner or the owner's counsel. They may speak, submit documents, and ask brief clarifying questions of staff about the city's records, but cross-examination of staff or officers is not permitted. The evidence, strict rules for evidence do not apply. That's a legal term that I don't quite understand, but I see it in a lot of stuff. The city council may consider the city's records, staff reports, and any materials submitted by the owner. The decision, after both sides have spoken, the city council shall deliberate and may uphold, reduce, or dismiss the suspension. The written order is final as to the city and appealable only to the district court under Texas local law, government code chapter 54. But if they do suspend it, it's not stayed until that, because I did some research on that in Texas. STR appeals typically take 6 to 9 months. So if you do appeal it, sometimes it takes longer to appeal it than it does to serve your suspension.
Which one are you on for?
It's not on there, but I'm on.
I was looking for it right now.
We're on 5A.2.
I was confused.
But I'm just suggesting additional language that I think we need to add in there to clarify.
So did you say it, if they, appeal it, then they have to take their property down or
Yes,
not?
yes.
It's still, it's,
Yeah.
it's.
As far as the city is concerned, the appeal is outside of our scope because that's going to a local court. So this suspension takes effect 48 hours after city council gives its.
So when a person has to go to court, then they have to initiate that. So they have to like sue the city.
Right, they have to initiate it and pay for it
Because
and all
it's
that
not
other stuff.
something we're doing, they're doing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's 100% correct.
Yeah, they'll be under suspension. It's an administrative thing, so they would remain under suspension. If they wanted to sue, they would still be under suspension during that period.
That's correct.
Now, it'd be interesting to know what would happen if they accumulated more in between the time that they received notice.
Well, then you go back to what happens. So renting or continuing to rent after suspension is its own section of violations in here, where they can just start every day tacking.
$500.
I think it's $500.
But I'm talking about the period between the third strike and when they have the hearing. They rack up another
And that's
6
10 days,
violations. Yeah.
They probably will.
Well, it'd just be more evidence in that trial that would definitely ensure a suspension.
I think the way it would work
Well, we
is
would need
they'd
to
be
track that.
suspended for their 6 months and they'd serve their suspension, and if their appeal goes 9 months, well, those 3 months, our suspension is over, and anything new on that would be another case.
Yeah, right.
So depending on what the appeal says, then, after that,
Sure.
But if they do, if they get after the 6 month, and 6 month day one, they start opening and getting violations, then our process starts over, but then the appeal process will
Right.
continue until they made a decision.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
The last point of this would be that it's a standard of review. The city council shall apply substantial evidence standard, meaning that the council may uphold a suspension if the city's records contain relevant evidence that a reasonable person could accept as adequate to support the verified violations. Those are my suggestions to add to tighten up that section. I can put them in writing.
I have a question. So, whoever's doing this for the city, and, seeing that, and then we use a form letter to send out and tell somebody, we need to have some kind of good evidence that's a second person looked at, or, like today we have the affidavit, the police, signs an affidavit saying, I saw the advertisement and I, certified by signing here that I saw it and it really was there. I feel like we need that second person in this process. Something that is not just, like if it's me, just me doing it. Because then.
Well, so the trigger is the citation, so the police would give you the citation, and that is the evidence for that violation.
But I thought you said you weren't doing citations. like for the
No,
administration.
for the administration
Yes,
one?
I'm talking about
Oh,
that.
I see what you're saying.
Oh, like if their advertisements are wrong,
Yeah,
and
they're
you see that,
Yeah, so today, what happens is I see it, and then I take that evidence, the listing,
Mhm.
and then the police sign an affidavit saying they saw it.
Mhm.
So it's the second person that, saw it.
because it's like a screenshot that's dated.
Yeah, it's a screenshot or a printout.
I think what happens is, in this, maybe it's easier because in the court system, I've heard that the screenshot doesn't carry the weight that the affidavit does, but in an administrative system, it's an administrative penalty, so the
Yeah.
administrative finding, which would be your screenshot, would be enough proof for this.
It's okay, well, I just wanted.
I'll look it up.
I think it would be where
Be
the
protected.
city staff is the authority at that, and we're following the ordinances. So whatever information that we get, that would be the documentation that would go through as a strike, so.
What I'm trying to get to is I'm looking at it from the person that's gonna get this violation, that will make sure that it's been fair and correct and right.
Mhm.
And if you had somebody in this position that was just, just trying out to get somebody, they could do something and they're the
Right.
only person that was involved, and I think
Yeah.
we need a second person.
No, you're right.
Something
Second verification.
that somebody else sees it and says, I saw it too.
Yeah, and
Well,
that
just
could,
to
that
get
could,
a
that could
stamp
be something
made or
as
something,
simple
and
as
stamp it and then
whenever
have somebody
she
else
puts
sign
the.
it that saw it, you know?
It's just a good checks and balances.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause
Maybe
we'll,
notarize it or something?
Yeah, not even have to go to
That's a
that
lot of
extent,
trouble.
but just like a stamp,
Yeah.
with a line that says Gilbert signs it,
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
somebody else.
And also
That's-
there is
Police
the
signs it or something.
fail-safe to that you're saying would happen if they got suspended, because the suspension, you would go before the hearing, and if the city had false or made up evidence, then city council would be like, this is garbage.
Yeah, but I'd like to go into that hearing with
With it.
that I
No,
saw,
I agree.
that somebody else saw it.
I'm gonna write.
Yeah, that's fair.
and it would be good for the city administrator to be the witness, so when
Yeah.
we have our meeting, we could sit
Yeah,
down
we
and
have
say,
a
okay.
witness stamp or something.
Yeah, and,
But
uh,
when
Or
you
in
do
your
it,
absence-
it
notary,
has the dates
Or in
on
your
it,
absence,
right?
who else would be there?
yeah, and then Courtney's a
Just put that
notary
in
too, so
section
if
C,
we wanted to go the
like,
notary route, Courtney can do it, so.
I'll call some cities this week and find out how they're doing it, and
But we
get
need,
some best
I think
practices.
we need that.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, also too, I mean, that an email would be documentation too, because it's timestamped.
True, and the email is, they're required per the ordinance to have an updated email and address, so.
Yeah, if we could just email, that's the best, because then we don't.
Because then also the
because
person.
The mail can take, plus they get it right away, where like, if you're giving somebody a violation, and then they get it, they should get it that day, I mean, everybody pretty much reads their email, and then, well, they better mark it a VIP or whatever, so they read it, but then, because if you mail it, then they don't get it for 5 days. If it's the second one after the first one,
that would be
then
like
they can get another one.
No, I agree, I'll call some other cities and see how they're doing it.
So,
Two people on an email would be good too. I mean, 2 people from the city and then.
Okay, next.
B is where we talk about cure periods, which is new. It adds a layer of protection to the owner, which keeps us out of trouble because it gives owners an opportunity to fix things for certain violations.
one time.
Correct. Guest calls nuisances don't get a cure period because they happen. They're documented with the citation. They're not somebody didn't accidentally know that they weren't supposed to have 100 people at the house and throw a party. But the owner ones, they get a cure period, typically 1 time. And if it's corrected within that, they don't get the violation. The violations that don't get cure periods are operating without a
Now it's on.
I
It's
think
got
Eric-
Facebook Live now.
Did Facebook turn on?
Okay, I think I hit it with my toe.
Somebody got a pacemaker.
I thought I was having a stroke.
Okay. Brandon, come on.
Dilly dilly.
I just turned it,
It's the red one.
though I turned it down because it was
Yeah.
crazy.
It's not feeding back.
I thought a
Okay,
curtain
look
was gonna
down.
drop and Pantera was gonna start playing.
Oh, the knobby knob?
Naughty knobs.
Should have popped some
Those were
popcorn
knobs
out
that got
in
us
the.
before.
That's the knob. Alright, should be back.
Alright, we're back. Oh, yeah.
Okay, we really gotta work on moving
Now we're
this
awake.
out from under my feet. Okay,
It's weird that putting control right by feet is a problem.
Why they was to build a shelf underneath there,
oh, that might be, even just getting it up off the ground where I'm not,
tuck it right
Yeah.
that could work.
Yeah, 'cause I never got a quote back from those guys. What do you think
Well,
about
if you
it?
put it up, you can,
They were supposed to put it right
there.
here.
I got a box at home.
like a little bit, I guess.
They put something.
Alright, moving on.
I have public works.
Yeah,
so
then
they
I
can
can't
box
get
out
underneath the
pallets.
table.
So these are no cure violations, operating without a permit or registration number, advertising, listing, or offering the rental exceeding the maximum approved occupancy. That gets a lifetime, one-time cure period, so if you accidentally do it, then you don't get it.
On number 8, we need to change that 4 to 2. Aren't we doing that within 2 hours?
Yeah.
But we're still on 2.
She's excited.
I'm so sorry.
A lot of patience.
Yes, ma'am.
So so, this is, and you may have already said this, but, if somebody already got a maximum occupancy violation in the past 2 years, do they get another free one in this new world? They get
Yeah,
one?
anything that's been corrected and it's not an active violation between the current ordinance and the old ordinance,
Okay, so people that have existing, open,
if they're still in violation currently,
they have
then that
till the end of the
becomes a
year to fix
violation.
it, and then after if they don't, then it becomes a violation, and they don't get a free cure period on the
Right.
next one.
I do have some new language for that, to define that. I think that's in section 6 though.
Okay.
I have it marked to talk about. Let's see. Number 4, we need to change failure to remove the property from all short-term rental platforms within 48 hours of receiving the city council's final written order, not the notice from the city administrator.
Gotcha. That's a good catch.
Oh, number 5 covers us for what we talked about before.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good catch.
And then number 8.
Okay,
Create it.
let's do it.
Okay.
Okay, what's the change there? Oh, do we
The
want to
two-
switch it to 2?
4 to 2.
Feel where I'm documenting all these also.
I'm sorry if I'm jumping ahead.
Well, we're just reading through.
On
it.
D2, this goes back to what Marcy said. I like the, as amended from time to time, but the most recent. Does that apply here on the?
Yeah, I think so. Good catch.
So,
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, on the examples of verified violations, is that where we are? Okay, what else would be a nuisance violation as documented by, that's a police one, right?
Yes.
Okay. That would be trash or,
Noise.
early-
Trash,
Okay.
noise,
Disorderly
disorderly conduct.
Disturbance actions.
Okay.
We're almost done, guys. actually, F, kind of talks about what you just asked. So this includes but is not limited to noise violations, disorderly conduct under Texas Penal Code. Oh wait, that says disorderly conduct, not nuisance, sorry. Number one, under that one, the owner operator is strictly liable for such violations regardless of prior knowledge, notice, intent, or the outcome of any criminal proceeding. Lack of knowledge or failure to compel guest compliance, including court appearances, is not a defense. Basically saying, you get your 3 strikes and some of those are from the guest. You still have to come to the hearing. Some of those
So
other
basically what this is saying is that once they get the citation from our police officer, we don't worry about it beyond that.
Mhm.
Whether they get it, defend, or,
outside of having to send them a notice that a
Right.
violation occurred.
okay. But however, what the outcome is, if they admit it, that that's, okay.
That keeps
Back on
paying
number
for having to
two
do any penance.
Is the word citation anywhere in number 2? I sometimes think people might be unclear about a violation. A citation is a verified violation,
Yes.
Okay.
but it doesn't say it always. does it?
Number 2 says a criminal citation constitutes substantial evidence of a verified violation.
Maybe it was the one above that. Maybe it was one. No, that's not it.
Yeah, for this ordinance, on the guest side, everything starts at the citation.
Should we have citation as a definition?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Because I can't see
wondering.
that.
Is there not?
That citation is not a
They're
definition.
kind of interchangeable,
Right.
violation, citation, but
Yeah,
you
so
can have
there
a
should-
violation without a citation.
Well,
And then I talked to Matt about warning.
Yeah, that's a good.
A police warning would not be anything, right?
Right.
not in this ordinance.
Yeah, we have verified violation in the definitions, but we don't have
Yeah.
citation.
So the criminal citation
It's
is
just
about
a
the
verified,
officer.
yeah, the verified one because of the citation.
But
Sorry.
chief will have them record warnings, correct?
The what?
Warnings are being
Yes,
recorded,
whenever we
correct?
send an email to the homeowner.
Because warnings can still be used in the hearing as evidence that they
Yeah.
got warnings and citations.
So Aaron, you're talking about a warning if a police shows up at a house and just gives a warning.
They give them a warning.
No, it'll be sent out, but it's not like, it'll be in our call log as verbal warning, but it's not gonna be a written warning.
Is that a violation?
No,
No. But it'll still be documented.
Documented and used as evidence.
So
To
the
get
warning
to-
doesn't apply towards the violation because it's not a violation, that's a ticket or,
But
some-
it is recorded.
yes.
So that,
Yeah,
that
so
at that point,
documented.
when
That's
at that point when the police officers document it, then they'll give it to us just as, hey, we were there, we gave a verbal warning,
Right.
and that'll be the extent. So if it does get to a point where they have 3 and we got to revoke them, we got to show the evidence there. Well, we have the actual violations, and then we have the warnings that were given too. So it's like
So
building
it's
a
evidence,
case.
but
It
it's
shows a
not-
proof of
yeah.
history.
history, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a hand slap.
And technically, it's gonna be,
It won't matter.
it would be different renters. So if you give a warning to this group in violation here, it's not showing that this group of renters was a problem, it's showing a history of problem at the house, right?
Okay.
The chronic.
But we will add citation as a definition. I think it's defined indirectly in a
And
different
yeah,
section, but
yes.
we can move to the top. Code compliance, that's a new one. If you have any, this was a request from city staff as well, any property with active code violation is ineligible for registration or renewal until they correct it. Non-imminent violations, owners have 60 calendar days from notice to correct with extension for good cause shown in writing, but immediate safety concerns constitute grounds for suspension under Article 5.8.2.
Can they rent while this is going on?
Well, they'll get a violation, so yeah, they can, for non-imminent ones, they can continue to rent, but they'll continue to get violations, and then they'll get to the hearing. But for imminent safety concerns, they can have immediate suspension after the hearing.
Gotcha. Okay.
Here we talk about, notice of violations, kind of defines how that's gonna happen. Russell, this might, H.2, guest calls violations documented by criminal citation. When a peace officer issues a criminal citation to a guest, occupant, or other person, not the owner or operator for noise, disorderly conduct, parking, trash, fire, blah, blah, blah. No notice to the owner is required before the citation is recorded as a verified violation.
Yeah.
So they get the violation,
Yeah.
then you tell them they got a violation. So you don't have to be like, hey, we're gonna give you a violation and do it. Goes on to define how it's done, when it's done. I kind of defines the judicial appeal. That's all handled outside of us. It's just saying that is an avenue that an owner can take. K talks about the penalties, the fines for some of this stuff. L talks about criminal penalties. M is just kind of reiterating the enforcement approach again.
Is there anything in this document that covers revocation of a permit?
It does. So you can get revocated for after you've been suspended, and if you get another violation within 12 months, you can be revocated after a council hearing.
So, where is that in here?
Oh, let's see.
I wanted to see if I found it.
It says, okay, it's on, Article 5, C6, a second or subsequent violation of the same thing within 12-month period after the first occurrence. After you got suspended the first time, if you turn around and it happens all over again immediately within the 12-month, then yeah, that's a suspension.
Is that a permanent one?
It's not a revocation, though, it's a suspension.
Hold on, let me find.
It's in there.
Well, you know what, yeah.
I looked through here. I
Yeah,
didn't
this
see
says,
anything on there, so-
this is a no cure period, ground, may constitute grounds for suspension. So, I don't know, Brandon, was that,
Yeah, everything
Not
I
a
see
strike,
in here is
that's a-
suspensions. I
yeah.
haven't seen the word revocation in here at all.
Let's see here. I'll find it.
Okay.
Judicial, well, it does mention about revocation in I, judicial appeal, any final written order of suspension or revocation issued by the city council under Article 5A2 may be appealed directly to a court of competent jurisdiction.
Yeah, it
But
tells
it
you
does-
how to deal with it, it just doesn't
but-
say how it's applied.
Right, exactly. I think we need to expand on the revocation. I agree with
9,
you.
N also, 5N, says revocation in there. Separate verified, or failure to pay any administrative penalty within 30 calendar days of the due date shall constitute a separate verified violation. Each unpaid administrative penalty can be considered independently for purposes of suspension or revocation.
I think we
Okay.
need to add
Okay, here we go.
It
revocation.
still doesn't say
Okay,
anything.
5.8, three-strike rule. A short-term rental registration number shall be suspended by the city for 6 months upon 3 or more verified violations within any rolling 12-month period. A fourth verified violation within 12 months after return from suspension may result in permanent revocation by the city council after notice.
Can we add revocation to definitions?
Yep.
Because that's gonna
Yeah.
describe what is revocation.
Yeah, because it is referenced quite a few times,
Yeah.
suspension or revocation, so.
And maybe we should add suspension there too.
And there needs to
On
be a
the
mechanism for
definitions.
that too,
It
how
is.
it's eliminated.
Suspension is on there,
It is?
V.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Huh?
Add revocation.
to Article 6 here. This is kind of some cleanup language. But one thing to note that I found today in other ordinances, the savings clause, which is C, the language here isn't terrible. Basically says violations that occurred under the current ordinance that remain uncured as the effective date of this new one shall continue and may be treated as verified violations. But one thing we need to look at is we need to add language here that when an owner receives a citation on an old ordinance that fully corrects the issue before January 1st, which means they paid it, they fixed the problem, that doesn't carry forward as a violation. If the violation is still happening on January 1st, like it's an open violation, then that would carry forward as a violation and it would be a violation. But I also think we should add a 90-day grace period there where basically any owner can petition the city administrator in writing to remove a carried over verified violation by proving the issue has been corrected and all fines and everything have been paid. It's just, we don't have to do that. I just think it's kind of nice to do when you're switching major pieces of legislation. But some people won't pay attention, they're gonna get the violation, but people that are actually trying to do it and they just miss that deadline get an extra 90 days.
So then you're saying that they have to pay this by the end of this year.
Correct.
And so how is that gonna work when this isn't even in effect yet?
Well, we could switch the date.
Yeah.
And it's 2 or 3 weeks away, you know?
Yeah.
We'll have to
So
look at data.
somehow that needs to be,
Yeah, I was just thinking that, given, notice that this is coming,
but
get it
Well,
done.
also, once we put the ordinance into place, don't we have to post it for 2 weeks to get everything out? So it would be later on,
well, so
probably
that's
by the second meeting in January is when it would actually come into effect.
so that's.
We still gotta get it to the attorneys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna, we're probably gonna hit February
Yeah,
on
possibly.
this.
For sure.
So,
Yeah, because the next meeting, we're not making any decisions tonight.
We can vote on it next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, we can,
We still gotta go to the, still gotta
Well,
go
they're
legal.
pretty fast at.
what,
It's legal is coming.
It is
yeah,
holidays.
it'll go to legal, and I think legal's familiar
Yeah,
with all of this already.
And they take
But-
holiday.
Yeah, but I think once,
Very European views.
yeah,
I'm on holiday.
so, cause if it gets passed at the next meeting, the first meeting in 2026, we still have to post it on the newspaper and get it out to
Make it
get,
public.
yeah, make it
So-
public. And then after, I think it's 2 weeks, then it can be effective, cause everybody has a chance to be aware of it and do what they have to do. So the date that it's effective, okay, I'd have to get clarification whether it's effective on the date that we passed it and we signed it, or is it effective after the notice? And I think it's after the notice.
you have to publish it 2 times,
Mhm.
and after the second time, then it's effective. But Brandon put in here, that it's gonna be effective January 1st. I'm not sure how we can square that with this what Gilbert's talking about.
You can't do it retroactively.
Right.
No, so we can,
But we also want to avoid a ton of people after January 1st and through the time that it's done. It needs to, we can fix that side, I think, by giving that grace period. But I think what we want to make sure is just, we need to word it such that, and I think I have some language, but anybody who registers after January 1st is, regardless of when the ordinance passes, will be, everything will be under the new ordinance.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that, so that we don't have like 20 people under this one and 200 people under this one.
So
It'd be impossible to keep up with.
one of my concerns about this whole thing is there's some things in here that affect renewal.
Yes.
Because if you haven't paid your hot taxes and filed your taxes, you can't renew. If you've got outstanding citations, you can't renew. And some of that is in our current ordinance, but some of that is gonna be in this ordinance. And so if we pass it on the 8th of January, and then, you know, we're going to put it in the newspaper like the next day and have it like ready to go. So, because otherwise the renewal starts and I can't stop people. There's a timing issue because of the time of year that we're at. It's renewals that if people's existing certificates go to the end of January. And so, this timing is gonna be changed.
So the language I found says, notwithstanding the effective date in section 60, which is the effective date, no registration or renewal issued on or after January 1st, 2026 shall be governed by ordinance 2025-03. All registrations and renewals issued on or after January 1st shall comply in full with this ordinance and shall expire no later than December 31st, 2026. We need to just, like, I think that works, but legal's gotta look at it.
Yeah.
And then if it's not, that's above my pay grade, they need to navigate.
Couldn't we just
No raise
extend
for
the
you.
current-
Basically, what we would do is just give them the language we want, they would put it in there, and they would, I'll explain the situation to them and tell them, you know, I'll send them an
Get
email.
it in before, spring
Can we
break.
just
I
extend
think
the
this is
current
it.
ones till February,
Well, that's
until,
another thing is.
We can get it in before
What
spring
we
break.
also do
Yeah.
is, everybody's, certificates expiring on the 31st of January. We can give everybody, you know, I can change all the expiration dates to the end of February and give us a brief period.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not heavy
Or,
lifting.
yeah, and give them the grace period, it's like,
Yeah.
okay, we're gonna,
Yeah.
But we're just gonna move the renewal to February
yeah.
instead of January,
Yeah.
just this one year. And
Yeah.
their certificate, even though they'll get it in, you know, they'll do it in February, it'll still expire January of 2025.
yeah.
Yeah.
And also too, I mean, they've been made aware from the last council meeting we had, and this is a new one, so everybody that's affected is gonna be looking at it, and then the next meeting too, so they'll know what's coming, and they'll have an opportunity to speak to it. So.
I probably need to communicate to the SDR owners that this is going on,
Yeah.
because I haven't yet. But is there wording in here about, you know, citations, if they have outstanding citations they can't renew, if they have outstanding hot tax they can't renew?
Only, so there is language about outstanding hot tax stuff, you can't renew without that, but not citations, because,
And in this new room, it's probably okay, because,
we won't be
Because what if
concerned
you're
with
waiting on a
citations.
court hearing or
Yeah,
something?
and so,
You
that's the
wanna
thing
think
is you
about that?
can,
yeah,
basically, from what I've read, it's if the issue is still outstanding when we cross over, it becomes a violation. If you've taken care of it, or you do take care of it between now
in the grace
and the
period.
grace period, or it resolves itself in the grace period, it becomes cured and it's not a violation.
Right. So, but people do have to pay their hot tax.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That
they-
doesn't change.
This says that if you're behind on hot tax, you're expired,
And you
not,
can't renew.
right. In fact, in this one, if you're behind, I think it's 60 days for report, 90 days for hot tax, or I might have that backwards, but if you're, when you hit that, your registration is expired and you no longer can rent. Now, you can get it back the day you pay it, it's not a suspension, it's just a,
Well, the other thing is, if we don't get this in place until, let's call it March 31st, you know, then it's basically a 9-month compliance period instead of 12, because we can't just carry it over into the following year. We're just gonna have to eat it, because you can't penalize them retroactively.
right, that's correct.
but the thing is a rolling 12 months. So like when they get the first citation, then they do 12 months rolling from that point.
Yeah,
So
not calendar year.
Once
you
it
would-
starts.
You would leave 9
Once it
months.
starts.
But if they,
It'll still be by the calendar year though.
Yeah.
It has to be, it'll be 9, because then it'll restart on December 31st or
Well, their
January.
registration, well,
Yeah.
yeah, but they're rolling 12 months.
A rolling 12 months, so it's not calendar.
yeah, that would start at whenever you get your first violation.
Violation, yeah.
Right.
Correct.
And that's one thing that would be a headache, is
Yeah,
the city's gonna have to track all these kind of
Dates.
differently. But I still think that might be less than doing court packets for
Oh,
every
yeah.
violation.
So if we do like the contract, say for instance, I pulled a contract, but I wanted all the contract renewals in October, we can put that as the date. So
Yeah.
the 9 months for this year, and then we start over calendar year next year.
Yeah.
That's something we could do, and then start the rolling citations from December 31st, or from January 1st to December 31st of each year. That way,
I guess.
Bye, thank you.
when we go back to look at it, it'll all be in that same
Yeah,
year.
but the clock starts in the first violation,
it
so
has
it
to be
has to be
rolling.
rolling.
That's the rolling.
So
I forgot about that.
I think that I think the savings clause is very typical in a lot of ordinances, because I don't have it in front of me, but I researched several that they renewed in the same kind of period we are, and that's what they use to say, they knew it was coming down the pipe, they put the language in that, we're starting this regardless of when it passes. When you register after the first, you're bound by this. That doesn't give you much time to set up your systems for, like, if we're changing the registration packet or any of that, that's gonna take some,
I don't think the registration's changing,
yeah, not too much.
is it? Well, I don't think, I don't see anything that's changing in the actual registration, unless I'm missing something. But I guess what I would ask is that by the next meeting, if we don't vote on this, that we at least vote on extending the licenses until the end of whatever we say, February or March, whatever we say.
Do we have to vote on that,
I
or
don't
can the city
know.
just do it?
No, I think you can just do it, 'cause it's not an ordinance, it's a one of those
just
things
wanna-
that give
Yeah,
you
just say there's an
direction.
extension.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just direct the city
Yeah.
administrator to give an extension.
I don't think anybody's gonna complain about it.
It's
So,
a
do you guys
practice
think,
rather than a policy.
do you think, looking at this realistically, we're gonna have to do that, right? Give an extension?
I think that's a really good question for the lawyer,
Yeah.
cause I don't even know what happened.
Yeah, if we could get that answer, because I would like to know that, 'cause I'm gonna have to go into every,
We'll figure that out after they.
and change the date.
Yeah, right.
And it's gonna take a while, because I did it once already. Since I got everybody moved to the end of January.
Well, I will get all the changes we discussed put into a cohesive document, and send it to Gilbert by next week sometime, and then that'll give us basically almost a month for the lawyer to review it. I don't know if the process is it goes straight from the lawyer to our meeting, or,
Pretty much, if, I can do it one of two ways, I can send it to y'all with the packet, or when I get it back, I can send it to y'all when I get it back. Y'all can review it, and that'll probably be the best thing to do. So,
Good job, Brandon. That's awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's great work.
incredible.
You did.
Very good job.
Very good.
now I can go to sleep in a little bit.
Yeah.
Not up till like 2:30 in the morning.
Alright,
Cramming for your finals.
Now we have 4 hours of the rest of our meeting.
here we go.
So, is the thing in there about only one registration per address?
Yes, and that's what,
That's what Penny was talking about.
yes, and I thought that was I need to look at 25-03 because I thought that had an expiration. I thought that line was
It
created
did,
just
it
for
said
them.
it's only good through, starting January 1, 2026, only one registration
And
per
so
property.
there was 2 properties that had that problem, and so they were good, we let them do it, but then, starting this year, they can't, and so we gave them a whole year.
Yeah,
And
I
one
thought
of them corrected it, and they're the
I
only
thought the
ones left.
agreement was that they would have a year to correct it, and that's why that was.
That's exactly why.
So they weren't grandfathered forever, they were
No, just-
grandfathered for a year.
Yeah, it was
Isn't that what that?
and it was, it was told to them that they had
Yes.
1 year to get it, and that the city would work with them to replat or.
Because what
if
they're
they
doing is
wanted to
illegal,
separate it.
not just in the STR world, but
Okay,
You
yeah,
can't
we need,
have two
okay, we need to move on,
Let's move
sorry.
on.
Yeah.
That could, alright.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you. Old business, discuss consideration and take action to approve regarding the city of Jamaica Beach implementing a right-of-way permit for all entities requesting to conduct work within the city's right-of-way.
Alright, so as we discussed before, I
I'll
sent
make
this.
the motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
We have a joint
I'll
motion.
make the motion to discuss, consider, and take action regarding the city's, to implement the right-of-way permit for all entities requesting work within the city's right-of-way.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Now, go.
Alright, so,
Alright.
the updates that we made, that we discussed last, that were minimal, there were just a few changes. We created a process, for them to apply online. It's kind of the same thing as they do with the permitting, for the building. So, basically, before anybody comes out here to do any type of work, they'll be required to create a login and create a profile for themselves. And when they come dig, they have to get a permit. When they get the permit, we'll go and get pictures, find out what they're doing, tell them what they need to do, kind of like a pre-construction meeting.
Mhm.
If you're gonna bore, then you need to get depths and you need to get with Public Works. At times, Branch will be involved in that, but with the depths, I mean, I'll show Public Works how to do that, so we don't have to get extra charges from Branch, because basically it's popping open valves on both sides and manholes on both sides, and you'll get the depth. And this also includes aerial. And a big part of this is returning the area back to the same as or better than before. So when they go out, they'll call us that they're gonna go and dig, they'll give us scheduled time. We'll do an inspection, it's gonna include flat work inspection. So making sure that they're following best management practices for concrete and asphalt, and they have to replace what we tell them to replace. Right now, it's at our discretion, or at my discretion, how much asphalt or concrete, because we don't have a design criteria manual in place, which would need to be put in place by an engineer to tell us what type of concrete, how many inches on center. So when that's not in place, we follow best management practices. So when they go back to do a backfill, that's also stated in there to say it has to be compacted, specifically dry material has to be put back in, the area needs to be safe. Daily, you have to remove the spoil, because the narrow roads that we have, if they dig, they need to take it off or backfill it to allow passage for safety vehicles, for fire, PD and all that. So it covers us as a city, not only for them, for the restoration and to avoid, we're aware so they can avoid hitting and damaging, but in the case that they do, we have all of their information in the file. This also gives the city the power to say, hey, did you get a permit? No? Alright, stop work. And that's gonna be for CPS doing aerial, or not CPS, Centerpoint, CPS is in San Antonio. Centerpoint or
Like the
AT&T,
yeah,
anybody.
that when
And
they hit our water line.
so AT&T, their subcontractors, whoever it is that's out there doing the job, we have the authority now to, if we pass this, to say, hey, you need to stop or you need to leave, bottom line. So any work that's gonna be done out here, if they're gonna do, we're gonna work on this street, okay, what blocks and what days are you gonna be where? So it'll be a lot of coordination with the Public Works manager on this. And what it'll do is they'll put in a permit, the building official will see it, and Public Works will see it, because it'll be under the Public Works tab. He'll go and approve it. And there's also for emergency situations, if they have to come out in emergency, they have to let us know the next day, and we'll go out and inspect and coordinate with them. So if it's planned work, then it's planned work, they need to know, so if they come out here, we'll stop them and send them on their way, because it's routine. If it's an emergency and it affects the health and safety of the public, we'll allow it, but we'll try to have either one of our team members or Branch to come out and check it out at night if we find out about it. And that's where we would rely on the public to call us and let us know, hey, somebody's out here digging or the power's out. Along with the mosquito spraying licenses that the guys are going to get, they're also working on their water and wastewater licenses, which will educate them on the collection, distribution, and wastewater treatment systems that we have here. So in-house, we're increasing our skill set with our people that are here. That won't eliminate the need for a contractor to oversee our infrastructure like we do now, because that cost is just astronomical. We wouldn't be able to set that up. But at least we can depend on ourselves and then use that money that we would use for line cleaning and televising, which is gonna happen, I think, at the end of this month, for our sewer system and, you know, any other upgrades that we need in that side, you know.
Back to the,
Yeah.
back to the permit, who's gonna issue the permits, the Public Works?
Public Works Manager.
Not the code enforcement,
Not code enforcement.
Public Works.
That'll be Public Works, cause it's a right of way, and then the, if he's not there, then of course I'll go in and do what I have to do on that. But, Marlon has a lot of great experience, knowing infrastructure, but also if there's any holes as far as streets or concrete or, you know, stormwater, I'll be training him on that as well, so.
Did this go to legal already?
Yes. So
Did
we
they
spoke.
change anything?
No, nothing was changed. There was a few, it was more of, instead of the building official, the Public Works Manager, those kind of things. That was, it was
They
nothing.
took out the engineer language, it looks like.
Yeah,
Or
the-
you put it.
Yeah, the engineer language is basically at the discretion of the public, or the city, which would be the Public Works Manager.
But it does say who's gonna administer in here, I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to read this.
Yeah, no, it's the same packet as it was last time.
Oh,
There was
okay,
just a few minor changes as to who does what.
Oh, gotcha.
And then, the only other thing I changed on there was return to the same as or better than before.
Mhm.
So,
Nice.
this will cover the city and the wonderful compliments we were getting, we wanna keep it that way. So this is a good tool for us to keep our city beautiful and to make sure that when they do restoration, that we get called out for the restoration to inspect and make sure it's correct. And it also requires them to have a warranty period on it. So if it fails after a year, they'll have to come back and we'll have that documentation too. Who does
That's
what?
good.
Let's take some action on this thing.
Okay.
Sounds very aggressive. Backfilling must be a little bit ram.
Alright,
You got the extra for that, Cotton.
do I have a motion to consider approving, implementing the city of Jamaica implementing a right-of-way permit for all entities, requesting to conduct work within the city's right-of-way? Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve, ordinance number 2025-08, an ordinance of the city of Jamaica Beach establishing a permitting scheme for any work in the city's right-of-way, streets, alleys, or public highways.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor? Alright, it's passed.
Hooray. Getting work done.
Alright, new business, discuss and consider requesting proposal regarding proposal of a new animal ordinance, amending animal control regulations, amending the animal permitting process, providing for an effective date, providing a penalty, and providing for severity. Do I have a motion to discuss?
I'll make a motion.
Go for it.
To discuss ordinance number 2025-09 as described.
I will second it.
Thank you. Alright, we've made all the changes before.
Yeah, legal added the last clause with the repeal of severability and effective date. The only thing I do see on that is they added that article, but it's Article 6, for Section 6, and it says Article V. It's just, but I think we can still work on it, work with what we got there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can approve it with that change
Yeah.
to that from
Okay.
5 to 6.
Alright, what do we,
This should just be VI.
BI, yeah, six.
Yeah,
okay.
kind of just,
So vote to approve with this change to the section from 5 to 6.
Right.
And
Which was it? But for sure.
there's a second reading, so
Okay. Any other questions?
We on the,
That was the only thing that was added, was at the end.
It was just that,
The repealer and the
I just remember, and I hope I didn't miss it while I was thinking about it,
No,
but, the ordinance, I think we all liked, there weren't a lot of problems with. I thought the issue was conflicting with deed restrictions.
I
Did
changed
we
the language
look
in
at
there.
that? Oh, awesome.
Yeah, it's gone to council.
I'm stubborn, but I'm not that stubborn.
Where it says Article 6, it should be, the last page should be 6I or VI. So that's with that change, we're gonna move to accept it.
They dorked up the font.
They did, the font is weird.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, the changes weren't meant, they matched the deed restrictions, so the number of animals, and then it just clarifies where chickens are allowed. These are the rules for chickens.
In the front.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know about that rooster.
Do I have an
Ironic timing.
Do I have an ordinance,
Motion.
do I have a motion to accept ordinance number 2025-09 with the change for Article V and add I to it on other items? So it should be Article 6. Do I have a motion to accept ordinance 2025-09
With the revision.
with the revision?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
This is now.
Okay. review fiscal year 25 budget review and closeout.
I'll make that motion to review fiscal year 25 budget review and close out.
So I have a second.
I'll second.
Alright.
My finance director disappeared on this.
Well, ironic.
Oh, reject.
It's cold.
It goes from one, it goes
We're
from
just
one
so
extreme
happy.
to the other.
I'm cool.
I'm actually cold.
It's cool.
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
What do we have it set on?
32.
On 70?
We're getting ready for the floor plan.
Frigid, that's what.
It's only on 70, but
Everybody
I
left.
know.
But on heat or cool?
It's on
oh,
cool.
cool.
Okay. Maybe put it to 74 or something.
I bumped it to
Enough of
72.
Oh, I closed it down.
I had it at 74 and then we got really hot.
Oh, it did.
Yeah.
So maybe 72 is the sweet spot.
Hopefully so.
Okay, we're ready for
You ready?
on the consolidation statement of the activities.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to get juice for the.
Okay.
So is the year-to-date, what we received is the year-to-date actual, is that ending September 30th?
Yes.
And the year-to-date budget is beginning October 1?
Yes.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. I know this is just kind of like a very, 10,000 feet overview, but, so what we're closing out is is that column year-to-date actual. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes.
Is
Yes.
that we're closing
As
that
opposed to
out?
what we budgeted in.
So the year-to-date budget is the 24-25 budget, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that, oh, okay.
Yeah, so the first column is what we used of the available second column.
Right.
Gotcha. From 24, then it was October 1 to 24. I gotcha.
So, under court fines, let's see, general revenue, we had almost a $46,000 deficit in income, is that?
Yes. So we did have a lot of older citations that they were going after in the past, and we thought it was going to roughly stay about the same, and it hasn't. But now that we have Icon, they're doing a lot more in the background that they're going to be sending out. So,
Okay.
it's too
It'll
early to
catch
it's
up.
too early to see. But
Okay, yeah, I was curious, cause that was a big one, I just
yeah,
really were paying attention to the bigger things. And the interest earnings was down by 9.1%, is that because we
It's-
shifted some money? or-
yes, yeah, and I think that's what it was. I think when Sharon and I initially were looking at it, it was based off of what we originally had in there,
Mhm.
and then not realizing that we're shifting.
Yeah,
Right.
which tab are you
Yeah.
on?
I'm under revenue, general, the first tab at the bottom. So I'm looking at income right now. Yeah, I was curious about that. I did see there was a note where we pulled money from one account to another, so I assumed that was what it was, but I just wanted to ask you all over.
So when you say tab, are you looking at the original document Gilbert sent you?
Or this.
Oh, I'm looking at the one that was in the pack, it came in the packet email, but you sent an update.
I sent it in an email.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah, this is what we got pulled up, and it was the first one I initially sent. It wasn't formatted like this. It was the numbers, but it was just wasn't formatted. So this was just an updated, formatted version.
Yeah, and there was a few things that needed to be corrected. So when I was actually going to put the notes on the side,
Mhm.
so
So even with the court deficits, we're still $40,000 ahead of income.
yeah, a lot of that
Revenues
came from the
projected.
permits.
Permits, yeah, I
Mhm.
saw that. Hold
Yeah.
on. I was looking at that too, it's a big number. $56,000 is 80% above what our projection was for building permit fees. And I think. Cause we were looking at 70,000 income and we ended up at 126,000, it's a jump.
Yeah.
Okay, what was it? So on the on the general admin,
Okay, now we'll move it to the expense.
tab 2, yeah.
Okay,
The $20,000, almost 100% increase in subscriptions under
Oh, yeah.
31,
yes.
line 31. What was that about?
So that's the, we have Galveston Computer Solutions, a lot of it's the business premium, there's a lot more that was added once, when we add more users and it's a lot of the internet stuff.
Okay.
But this was just with Galveston Computer?
So in the notes, I put the big items, but we have computer software like Adobe and different things. So there's all recurring
And like
that added up a lot
Microsoft
more.
and-
Yeah, and there was a lot more that's been added. And even when we were talking about like the email stuff, like they said, Microsoft's made a lot of changes, and there's like more licenses and things that are updated with it. So it's
A
costing.
lot of them increased in price
Yeah.
too.
Do we get a rate for Microsoft like I do with a nonprofit? We get an amazing rate with Microsoft.
I'll
Do
have to.
municipalities get that kind of,
Usually municipalities get the tax-free, and most places, not all, but they'll give a lower.
All the 1C3s are tax-free, but, because that would reduce that cost tremendously, because
Right.
that's huge.
Yeah.
It was doubled.
Yeah, it's a lot. Their monthly bills for that Microsoft Premium for everybody is like $1,700 a month alone, just for them. So
I mean, I
we can
recommend
work with
companies
them
like
and see.
TechSoup. If y'all look into TechSoup,
Okay.
those are discount opportunities.
TechSoup?
TechSoup, okay.
TechSoup.
Okay.
That's what, we use them for nonprofits, but I would imagine that municipalities
Okay.
use that.
On line 34, is that number due to Starlink? Is that $15,000 increase over budget?
What's the actual
Line 34, internet cable,
internet cable?
Comcast.
Yeah, but I'm trying
because
to
we
find it.
projected 1,500 and.
Yeah,
or
so there's
$15,000
we have so many different, and we've reached out. Who was the lady that we talked to?
I don't remember, but I know when I reached out to him, we were looking at number of connections that we have, and those connections are the connections that go to our wastewater treatment plant, our lift stations, and so we have to pay services for all of those, and then our internet here, and then
The internet's pretty high.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then we need to look at going to possibly AT&T. I reached out to AT&T, and we have coverage in the city that we can switch, but I think there's a few spots that we might need to continue to use Comcast, but we got to go through that process and make the changes.
Okay.
That would be
So do we look at the history? I mean, had we been paying $1,500 a year, and now it's all of a sudden it's
$1,300 a month.
No, there's one that's like 800. I don't even have the bill in front of me. It's like $860 a month for all the fees and stuff that are included in all the services and
For the
and
internet?
it's internet and
the
cable.
the
Well, we
cable.
have because we have like the TVs. So
It was like
I'm
I
not.
think it's a bundle where it's the internet.
We're gonna
and-
look into that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's one of the, and that's when I reached out to him probably around the summertime to get kind of these things situated and see what all these costs were. Most of them are because of the wastewater treatment plant and the lift stations. That's where the majority of that comes from. But then we have the internet costs too, and
Because then that's separate from the phone cost, which is also $10,000 over budget.
Well,
Right, so
I
that's
would
so
check
we
that
have the
line
cell
too to
phone,
make sure it's
like
not
everybody who has the cell
15,000.
phones is in there, and then now we have the internet service. Like the phones are internet based, which is also with Galveston Computer Solutions, and then we have the actual leasing of the phones. So all that was
That goes in telephone.
yes,
Cell phones go in telephone.
right, because we don't have like for whatever reason there was a cell phone stipend on some of these. I'm not sure why that was put in. Like the previous administrator had that in there, but we weren't using that. We were utilizing that line.
Okay.
Aaron had a good question. So on the internet cable, it's 16,000, and then the budget it was 1,500. Are we sure that's not supposed to be 15,000?
I honestly, Kendall
That would
did
make
this
more
last year.
Cause yeah, 1,500 is
Yeah,
That's more than
It
my
seems
house.
low.
Yeah.
My house
Yeah,
costs more than
because
that.
we don't have, so
Yeah.
it may have been an error that it was
Is that one of those-
15,000
Same
dollars.
thing with the telephone.
That's what I'm
It
saying,
could,
it's
it could have been,
10,000
yeah,
the whole
yeah,
decimal.
it could have been. Because even our smallest payment is $200 a month, well, 147,
Mhm.
you know, so even still,
And that could be one of those where it's the general fund, the enterprise fund, and hot tax, cause it touches all of them, so it could have been 1,500, or, yeah.
no, I
or,
don't, I still don't think
you
it
don't
would have been,
think so?
it could, it, for what we had, it probably shouldn't have been the 15.
Yeah, we didn't carry.
I'm not sure
Did we
why.
carry that over? for
What's
this
that?
year? That 1,500? It's gonna be
I'll
in
have
the
to
red
check.
all the time.
Yeah, yeah, we'd have to look
Yeah.
into that.
Yeah, it was wrong.
Below that in a month.
Well, and then hopefully we can get with AT&T and then knock that down.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that, you know, we're budgeting correctly.
Right.
And these numbers need to match, otherwise we're gonna be perpetually behind.
Right.
Dues and memberships, again, that's a big number.
So I don't have a specific line item for the appraisal district.
Mhm.
And so that's the $8,500 alone for the appraisal district, like the services that they provide to us.
Okay.
So, since it's a quarterly thing, it's under dues and memberships.
Okay, I got
So that was the biggest chunk
So
of
is
it.
there another budget item that came from? I mean, we should be paying this pretty much every year, right? So
Yes, yes.
where would you say that was before?
I wanna say because this was the first time we had it this way, cause remember the one before? I wanna say it was just under the miscellaneous is what they had it under
Of
before.
course,
Or it was something that didn't make sense
right.
where it was
Okay.
before.
We're making up a lot of ground on printing though. Had budgeted 11,000, we only used 1,900, so.
Yes.
Well, that's why it's good to compare this because we have to justify this. I mean, these are way out of whack.
We spent a lot on office supplies.
Yes.
What's going on there?
So that was
Like
the
3 times.
that was what we have for the new when we had all the new people come in. We got the new furniture.
Mhm.
So
It's not
we didn't have a
reoccurring
furniture.
Yeah, we didn't budget for that.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. And that's okay as long as we have it notated.
And what's labeled under contract services?
So
That we.
it jumped so high because that's where we have the. So when I was explaining to Gilbert, we had the temporary employment when we got the express from when we ended up. So there's going to be areas where it looks lower when David was here. That it looks like we have more money that we're saving, but really it needed to be adjusted to make up for losing him. So a lot of that's the temp services.
Was but under building and grounds maintenance, wasn't that where
David was under a lot of different areas, depending on what he did, because he would list it out what he did. So we broke it up based on what he was actually doing.
So that was after he was gone, the coverage for those services?
Yeah, 'cause
Right,
after
right.
he was gone, we had to move some of the funding that we used. So we reduced the hot funds on how much we used for the year.
It will
Yeah.
it looks lower in the hot side. It looks lower in the expense, and it looks over in the salaries. But overall, it's the shifting of not having him.
So
And
line
making up for him.
71, why were we, it's $125,000 we budgeted for
What's-
equipment?
what is that?
71 equipment, it's 74100.
214, 741.
We budgeted the 125.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have it on here, but in the Kendall had a note in there, and I would have to look it up on my computer to see what exactly he had listed under there.
Is that the generator?
That's what it is. Yeah, we encumber that.
Yeah.
It's the
Or
generator.
the city hall
Yeah, the
generator.
city hall generator.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
that amount's actually going to be lower.
Yeah.
It's 90 something, right?
Yeah, it's around 96,000 total for the generator. And that was through that was getting quotes for everything. So we went the 3-quote route for that. And we got 3 quotes, and we went with the lowest bid.
Okay. Transfer to capital improvement, I think that's probably where that money, that's why that income was off, because we moved it to a different, one of the things that we moved. It's $180,000 we shifted. Most likely. Okay, now those are the big ticket items for that, so under the next tab, general building. I don't think there was anything that really stuck out. There's
I think there's some,
bits and pieces here. We got the salaries, which, yeah, it's okay. Employer share medical insurance, I think that's.
so that was the
changed.
it was the allocation. I think we had it allocated more to hot and we
Okay.
needed to shift it back. So that was based off of her actual work allocation.
Okay, okay, that makes sense. And more money for phones. Another $400 that we didn't have.
The
That's
396.
line
So that
36.
she was assigned a cell phone.
Oh, okay.
So I thought I had put that note in there.
Okay, dokie. Chemicals, the bug spray.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
$30. Some pretty cheap bug spray. I think I spend more than that a month on bug spray myself to spray on my body. Let's see, building grounds maintenance. We didn't budget anything there, so that's $319.
What was that engineering?
72,910.
It was the Aaron and Franklin.
Oh. For the stairs?
It just said the can I get on?
What was the amount?
7180.
It's $319.
No, she
Sorry,
said
I
the
skipped
engineering.
ahead.
Oh,
He's asking about 72,910. I skipped to 72,950.
okay.
It may have been some supplies that she needed for whenever she was out. I would have to put a
For
note
who?
for you. Kate, this is Katie.
You're in building and code, or which
He's in permits.
permits?
Yeah, now we're on line 61 under the general building tab. It's contract services for a
Engineering
little over
design.
$7,000.
Yeah, that's what I was asking
And that's
about.
that errands and
Yeah, I believe
What
that
is that for?
the stairs. I believe that's for the stairs out there.
To do the inspection?
No,
No,
I think
that's-
this was part of when we first got with them when they were doing the plans
Oh,
for
the-
everybody.
Oh,
Generic
the,
Well,
plans.
yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
That makes,
General
cause I thought
details.
the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
the other one was about $3,000, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was about
yeah, that one was
3 grand.
different.
the templates. or
Yes,
whatever.
yes,
Got it. With you. Thank you.
pre-design.
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, good. That makes sense. I was gonna say that was for the stairs.
No,
Right.
yeah, it was the
Going to
the
that.
overall, the one that the citizens were able to get.
Right on. Okay. Does anybody have any other questions on that one? I was gonna go to Gen Code.
Okay.
The next tab.
Yeah. Okay.
Nothing. There's a lot of surplus there on this side. Salaries.
Well, because remember we had Lydia and then she was gone.
I don't even remember who Lydia was.
We had somebody doing code enforcement and then she was
No, I'm
gone.
only kidding.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then,
What was the contract services? That's the only one that's really
That's the one, yeah.
big.
so we contracted with Safe Built to do the inspection on one of the homes that we were trying to, I think they're trying to demolish, yeah.
Oh, yeah, where is that?
So we're taking on that expense?
Yeah,
For
I
the
know where it
inspection
is
for Safe Built?
physically. I wanna know when it's getting knocked down.
I think he had to come out and work with her to make sure that they were gonna condemn it,
Yeah,
right?
all the legality
Yeah.
that had to go with it. And
Thank God condemned it long ago. Alright.
And so the other things that did, like for the technology, they have a body camera now because they had some issues when they went out. And then the internet, they have the iPad and then they also have the cell phone. So
And the iPad's used here, so whenever people come for permitting,
Mhm.
we can assist them in going through the process and setting up their account or getting a permit, so it's, help for the front desk. which- And I think she used it for pictures too sometimes.
yeah, when they would go out.
74,200.
That's the Ford truck that we had to get. The one that the mosquito sprayer's on now.
Oh, maybe get a used one.
Yes.
Gotcha.
What's 72,970, what's miscellaneous? What's considered under miscellaneous?
It really just, if it's something that I can't put in a category, like I don't think I have
There would-
too many things.
Yeah, there was a lot of things in the budget last year that were miscellaneous that we kind of got rid of. We moved that money to different spots for this fiscal year, so that way we can, like we talked about before, identify exactly where we're at. Cause we had some things that were coming out of, a line item and it didn't belong in that line item. So we're trying to correct it for history moving forward in the future to project our needs.
Yeah, I think like
We didn't spend it,
Didn't
whatever it
spend
was.
it. That's good.
it, like for instance, if we met training and they hit like the $1,000 and they still had like $250 for training, because it wasn't in that line item, they were putting it like under mileage reimbursement, but it really wasn't. So they weren't capturing like where it needed to be.
Gotcha.
So I think that was still part of, in case there was something that we didn't capture, kind of like the appraisal district.
Mhm.
You know, we hadn't created a line item for it.
Okay.
Or what would you list it as?
Right.
Yeah.
Right,
We, instead of adding so many line items for just one thing,
right.
that's only gonna apply in that category, like I'm not gonna have that in like court or something.
That makes sense.
Anybody else have anything for that tab? Alright, next one's general fire EMS. Guess we planned for fire insurance and flood insurance, but we didn't pay it.
The way that it was broken up,
Fire
yeah. The way that it was broken up, that we had, like, we don't have a really good allocation. And there's no basis for our allocation. To say so much goes to here or so much goes to there.
Right.
I mean, are we doing square footage? Are we doing number of people? Are we doing, I don't have a good breakdown for it.
Right.
We've never, I talked to Sharon about it, I talked to Kendall about it, and we just never, we've never figured out how.
How do we carry insurance like that anyway? So who is it through? Is it
It's through TML.
It is TML.
It's TML. The only thing that we have that's not TML is the windstorm, which is TWIA.
So what, how do they send it? How do they bill us for it?
We have, it just has the property of 16628.
I see.
So it doesn't, they also don't have a breakdown for us. They'll have park pavilion or stuff, but there's nothing specifically for us. It would be something that we would want to.
You never know. Alright. What was, I think it was not a bunch in that bucket.
And that $1,400 was they had a generator service call because their generator wasn't
Yeah,
working. So
remember
they,
that.
so they got that.
Firehouse, yeah.
Yeah.
Even, Mr. Gilbert got involved in that one. Or fired up. Okay, next tab, court. Actually, we're in pretty good shape there.
Yeah, the subscriptions is the new, it's Icon, it's the court software annual maintenance.
Okay.
So that one was a jump.
Yeah, I see that.
And then she also has a cell phone.
I've got one, okay.
That
And
will be annual?
yes,
Okay. Did we budget better for it?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, when we went through some
We
of
went
these,
through
when we
all of the
saw
ones-
annual, we increased.
Right.
Yeah. And then when we were doing that, we were looking at bottom lines and what like the miscellaneous to cover some of those.
And see, there is one on here, for the $15, and I want to say it was something that we had gotten for Patty, and I can't think of it off the top of my head. That didn't really seem like it fit in a category.
So we budgeted for 5,200 into that subscriptions. Did we eliminate what we're paying the 5,200 for, and now the new amount's 22,000, or is it 22,000 minus the 5,000?
Where's the subscription?
That's
No, we've adjusted it. So we went through all the software that we have, and then for this current year, and then we broke it up where it needed to go, and how we felt like MyGov went, since it was permits, and then STRs, we split it up, and so it's captured correctly now, as opposed to what we had then. And then I think at this time is when we were still with MCRS. So once we switched to i3 Verticals, it made a jump.
PD?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, boy, this thing's a mess.
Dork of a chief.
Whatever your budget.
So the notes that I have for him or for PD is, of course, a few premium increases, and then the internet cable. He has Wi-Fi for the units, and then they have a private line. That's the grid from Lake City, right?
From Lake City, the
Yeah.
consortium, because it has to be a secure line.
And then
Oh, then, and also too, on all the cell phones that we have, we get a discounted rate, and then we have FirstNet, which gives us preference, during events. So we'll have better cell phone service than everybody else, so we can.
yeah, it'll be up sooner.
Nice. Can you tell me something about 72,910?
9:10. So there was a lot of repairs. That's when we had to redo Garvey's office.
Oh, you remember the wall had mold in it?
Yeah.
That's what
And then they had that storage room in the back that the corner of the wall, the ceiling just
Water
fell.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's right, okay. I forgot all about that.
Yeah. And then there was a new radio, that new Motorola radio that you got for the equipment and supplies.
$7,000?
Oh, yeah, no, that was
It was
discounted.
6 something, right?
Yeah, that was discounted.
Yeah.
That's why Public Works don't have radios.
Jeez.
They're expensive.
They're very expensive.
70,000.
You always gotta go to
$7,000 every
You
year.
know, because it has to go in, it has to get programmed and all that installed.
And then you have to pay the licensing for the air.
They were about
Okay,
We have
that's
some
good.
radios for the ranch that will go 2 miles, 3 miles.
Right, for public works, they could.
And then the
That's a good
equipment
idea.
maintenance, it has multiple things. He
I'll find
had
out what kind
It was
they are,
what?
because.
radiator,
Ordinary
brakes,
Oh.
the starter,
Transmission line.
the transmission hose,
That
yeah.
I'm at the trailer,
On the
Okay.
sand.
just so I can contact him, or he me.
Because right now they use
Cable there
it
too.
phones
Good
to
lord.
communicate.
I know, they're stealing our
We
money.
gotta check out our internets.
Yes,
They're terrible.
they are.
They're very expensive.
Well, like you said, that was, but he has to have that consortium, the thing with the Lake City.
Alright, hot revenue, we can skip, hot admin.
So again, it's higher, so you're gonna see that the salary line item is higher,
Mhm.
but then when you get down to some of the expenses, like I wanna say, it was the beach, and line,
Yeah.
under development cause that's how we had Robert, there's a lot there that so that's what that is, a lot of the temporary and
Okay.
working. And then the subscriptions, that was Granicus, that's solely
What is it?
Granicus.
Was it? Yeah.
It's the STR.
It's the STR, yeah, that's the one that,
The trolling software.
yes,
Sounds right, you're gonna troll us.
I know, right, and then again, that building and grounds was David, depending on what he had listed.
Okay.
What's the next one?
Community coordinator.
That's all.
Let's see, oh, let's.
I don't- yeah,
line
the only cell phone is the only one that I-
121.
Oh my
budget though. That's not showing the budget that we had for that though.
They just said it was when we didn't have it in the original budget, when we uploaded it into, into,
What was the
It's
budget?
25.
Yeah, it gets
So we-
shifted into public
25,000.
It
relations
is
and
in public
marketing.
relations, it looks like, marketing,
Yeah.
25K there.
See, it's not near as much a deficit,
So
it's
it's
only,
not, all the carry
It's not
on.
at all.
no, it's gonna be
And I wanna
$5,000
say there
above
was-
our
I mean, I remember we
There
had a
was-
meeting and that's what our prior mayor said. She
Oh,
said
okay.
25,000. It's probably one of the meetings.
I wanna say that there's some stuff out there that was calculated, and
It was double.
Miss-
it was double, no, some of it
I
was
saw
triple,
that.
yeah.
I saw
They,
that.
they weren't looking at the breakup and how it was, cause there was and initially she had billed one way, and then we just paid it as one, and it looked like it was two,
Right.
and then I'm not sure what paperwork was
Well,
provided
the
or
way
what
I
was
read
what, but,
this, we were
yeah,
about
so-
$6,000 above our budget, so,
Yeah.
big deal.
It only happens every 50 years.
Right.
and then if you look at the overall for everything else, I mean, we're still,
Yeah.
it's not like we were so
Yeah.
close that it broke us for that one,
We're good.
yeah.
We're good.
So-
So dispel all the
And then of course she had something too.
negative talk.
Yeah.
Okay, high development, it's,
And then that also too, I think in the beginning his allocation was higher, and then because of the work that he was doing, it was corrected, so that's why the salaries look lower.
yeah.
Legal notices, it was a bunch of variances, and then he had the replats, and I wanna say there was something he put in there for the boat too.
Okay, yeah, right.
Mm-hmm. And those things are expensive, some of them are like $600 to $700, depending on what you're putting out and how long it needs to run.
Yeah, some of these others are pretty big numbers in.
Yeah,
Under
so
equipment and supplies, building grounds maintenance, man, it's like 15,
there was some pump
17,
repairs, we had to get a
25,000
pressure washer, and then there was a bunch of the different supplies for maintenance.
So, pump repairs,
What
was that, the pump repairs, the only pumps that might have,
Water
with
treatment.
the wastewater treatment plant
It was
or lift stations?
something in there, I can
Yeah,
pull it.
it's a bunch. I mean, that's 60 grand above our budget total between those three categories. Equipment, supplies, and building grounds maintenance and general maintenance. I mean, that's a pretty big number.
Which line item?
If you look at 72,900, 910, and 920 combined, that's $60,000.
Oh, yes.
On those three categories, if we add them up.
So there was a bunch of repairs that they had for the building and grounds maintenance. And then for the general maintenance was the bulkhead that we did.
That's the really. Oh,
It wasn't only bulkhead, it was
Oh,
other.
that's-
Is that what the projects are?
I don't think that was listed under the projects. The projects had like the pickleball court and the beach nourishment and the walking trail, and that's what the
That
500,
545?
yeah, that's what that 545 was.
Okay.
Ah, gotcha.
Well, we're
Alright.
still well under budget overall.
All right, Hot Park.
And then that was the other part of the truck for that vehicle
That's
down there.
32,000.
No, oh yeah, the 74.
The overage 32,291 for 72,910. I'm sorry, I'm in the next tab. I'm
Oh,
on
sorry.
Park.
Yeah.
Park.
Again,
What are we looking at?
We're under budget, so.
That's 72,910.
So we had the park camera installation.
There you go, 40,000.
There was 3? Is it 3, Matt, or 4 cameras at the park?
I believe it's 4.
So we purchased new cameras, and then it's the installation and all the work for that.
But that includes David's.
Yes, and then some of it's David's.
contract.
And then
Yeah.
remember when we had to repair the fans twice?
Ugh.
Oh,
So that's included.
Did
in
that
that too.
include when we did it?
That's 32,000.
Well, we got it. We did it, and then it messed up, and then we had to do it again.
Man,
What's that?
that's a
That
lot.
was just your copy. I don't need it.
Oh,
All right, the swimming pool.
And might I add that the
Oh,
repairs
500.
that were done on the fans, they were done by a licensed electrician, and the brackets and everything were put in
Thank you.
correctly to code, so they weren't.
And
Well,
there was some
expect that to
wiring and
fail
stuff too,
anytime.
right?
Yeah, there was
Wiring
wiring and
involved.
GFCs that needed to be put up, so the park, electrical, everything at the park's up to code.
Alright. That's good.
So we had just training supplies, that was the overage for the, office services and supplies. And then there was a repair to their pool pump. And I think that was that one.
Finally, Agua.
So where, is it in here where we rent the tower? Isn't that what we're doing, we're leasing that tower? Is that what you?
No. They should be giving us money.
It should be.
Oh, I thought didn't you ask about that? Didn't you talk to
I've
somebody?
asked about that several times with the two administrators, including the one sitting in this room.
The water?
Yeah.
The water tower, that's our land.
says it's
and
ours,
The water
yeah.
tower's owned by them.
Well, from what I was told by the guy who works the water tower, he said that's Gallison's property, they bought that property. Yep.
For shame, I have no record of this.
From what they were saying, that's Gallison's property.
No way.
That's just what I heard from him. So
No,
now we have to figure out.
I don't buy that.
Now you have to figure out whose property it is.
No.
No, that's not theirs.
GLO knows.
We
Right.
gave them, I don't know. I've been asking for
It's in our
a couple of
jurisdiction,
years,
not our
and
property.
nobody seems to be able to find it.
What comes you can.
I
She can't
did,
doesn't.
after we talked
Let's say
about
where the
it,
parcel is, we'll take it out.
Yeah.
I did some research, but then kind of fell down on the priority list a little
You
bit.
have so much time on your hands, my friend. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to it though.
Yeah, I'd like to know that, like truly, because I did some research myself and some things said that it was some type of a deal that was made originally, but there was no sale of the land. It's not like they took it through eminent domain or anything. We negotiated something with them.
He's looking at everything in the museum.
Yeah,
I
so
don't know,
it's
like on,
you know how we got onto that subject? with the
Hunt
water
X,
tower?
it's coming up as Jamaica Beach, city of Jamaica Beach.
So I was asking
what?
him about that water tower.
On Hunt X, it's
Can't you
coming
put
up,
like Jamaica Beach on the water tower?
it's coming up the
Like,
city of
because
Jamaica Beach.
that tower
Because
belongs
you did your
Gallison,
research, you're
I was like,
right,
okay, so
they're leasing our
Do y'all
land.
They are leasing it.
Yeah,
They don't own
they
that
don't own
land.
that land.
He's full of crap. Not you, the guy
I mean, he
you're
is,
talking
actually.
to.
I
Well, I know you are.
I
That's
might have to get on Facebook.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to get into the water contract. that we have. Maybe there's a stipulation that we get a discounted rate. I don't know if we do, but if
No, there was
Yeah.
something to
Eating
do
all that
with
pizza.
that, but that's why I wanted to get, get some leverage by knowing that truly what the situation is, because I think whatever was negotiated was like forever ago, and
Tomorrow?
It wouldn't
Monday.
Sharon, do you
We'll get
remember?
that tomorrow.
I did on that, no, I know, Vic was the mayor at that time.
That long ago?
We'll ask him at the.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hi,
Right.
Vic.
At the,
what'd you do to us, Vic?
did y'all
The
want
gallon.
to
I
move
can't
forward
see, I
with
can't
that?
imagine him selling, if it's,
3,500?
because it's all
our
about,
table,
Yeah,
how many?
of course.
I think it's
How many?
8,
8 to a table?
I think it's 8.
So if y'all want to move forward, we can do that. So.
For the, 180, is it 181st or 182nd?
There's more telephone fees
Which line? I mean, for the water?
on wastewater. They're taking all of our.
Wastewater, I know, wastewater, there's lines for each plant.
Each lift, every lift station has a line to it.
Right, but I mean, now we're up in the $25,000-$30,000.
It's a lot,
for-
no,
It's
it's a lot,
Somebody is ripping us off.
yeah.
Comcast.
But didn't you say that there should be something where we don't have to have a line item?
So
I mean, a phone line?
So they have cellular service on some of these items where you would have to replace each box, call box out there where it has cellular service instead of having the line. It's just the cost, the upfront cost, which I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but we could pay a monthly fee that should be lower using cellular.
What company?
We do the auto dialers. The auto dialers that we have right now are hard lines, but there's another component to that that can use cellular service, and there's different companies that'll use, like if I use this one vendor, they could use AT&T, Verizon, whoever, any cell phone.
So we got fiber optic here and they owe us money anyways for damaging our water lines multiple times.
Yeah, ChatGPT didn't know either.
Oh, thank you for that.
It said.
Get out of here.
Check
It
it
said the water tower is in Jamaica Beach and is on Jamaica Beach land, but is owned and operated by the city of Dallas.
The water tower is
tower.
owned.
As part of its island-wide water system.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on.
Alright.
Alright.
I'm hungry.
So
I'm
the,
good.
Okay,
the-
that looks good. What my big concern is now taking the budget to the budget now, and each month.
Yeah.
We'll
Right.
look at how the spend is each month,
right.
starting the second meeting of every month,
Yes.
Okay.
starting in January.
Yeah, that's
that
good,
will be
because by
4
then,
months in, 3 months in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, we'll be able to
Yes.
have the first quarter review in the second
Yes.
meeting of January.
That's
Yes,
perfect.
yeah.
And the quarterly,
That's perfect.
Yes.
the quarterly reports are gonna have the explanations for the over and under per.
Love it.
But
based
then
on the
starting.
Yeah, so he wants us to, Gilbert wants us to kind of meet before, so by the time we have the first meeting, we'll already kind of have an idea of the over and under, so, as departments, so that way we can see and discuss on the
That's
second meeting.
perfect.
Yes.
So we'll have the quarterly report that second week of, second
Yes.
meeting in January. But come February, the second meeting, can we then have the monthly?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah.
Cause I think it's important.
So
for us
you'll
to
have
see
the
monthly.
January monthly.
Cause like, we used to do that, it used to be that way. We
Yeah.
used to see the monthly.
It'll be January monthly.
You'll get the monthly, and then in our meeting that we have either on Monday, we'll sit in here, we'll have an all hands meeting where we go through what we're doing and where we're at.
Yeah.
We're gonna include the one of those weeks, probably the first or second week of the month, we'll include the financial report.
Okay.
So that way, again, we'll do over and unders, and as we come across things that
Yeah.
are outliers, then we'll
Yeah.
talk about the budget line items for the next year, so we can create that history, a factual, accurate history of what was coming out of. So.
That's
And I
great.
think Gilbert wants everybody to kind of understand, like, these are your line items.
Right.
They mean something.
Yeah.
You know, you can, like you said, you can see it.
If somebody spends money, I want them to have their portion of the budget and be able to look at it and say,
Right.
okay, I'm spending this much and on this, so they'll have their own notes, so that if we have any questions when we do the overview, they'll be able to revert back to their notes and say, hey, this is what it is, so at this point in time, the budget's gonna start getting more detailed, and y'all get more information in a better timely manner.
Well, I figured the second meeting of every month, cause at least I know where I've worked, not just now, but in places before, is we close the books by the 15th. I mean, we closed our books by the 10th, and then we had our financials ready to go by the 15th, between the 15th and the 18th, depending on when the 15th fell in the month.
Right,
So I figured by the time we had our second meeting,
right,
that you'd have closed the books from the prior month.
right.
That's
And
kind of-
and now that we have Darcy, it's making a difference.
That's
So,
great.
yeah, she's willing to do whatever. Yeah.
That's great.
All right, do I have a motion to, accept?
Oh, do we have to?
Oh, wait.
I don't think we
I don't
have
think
to.
it was
No,
just a
it
review.
was just,
Okay.
yeah.
Review.
It's just a review
Wait.
budget closeout, we're in the black. We're in the black, so we're good.
You're in the black,
Yeah.
that's
All
good
right,
news.
mayor's report, nothing at this time, except Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
Yay.
Everybody have a Merry Christmas, wonderful time, and we're going to go from go for, I am so brain dead right now.
I'll take responsibility for all that.
Yeah, alright.
I know, I was like, I gotta get there before, because I had to go pick up the baby. And I said, I gotta get there. And I was like,
Regular
yeah, still an
millennial
SGR.
time.
Yeah.
At 10:21 and into executive session.
You gotta read why.
I'm sorry.
Did you read why?
Oh, personnel to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public official or employees, or to hear a complaint or a charge against an officer or employee. Alright, okay,
Facebook, not sure. Never
yeah,
Stay here.
We can see.
Never gave.
yeah.
Never said go.